get that situated. All right. All right, now it's all about if ETH wants to hold this level or if it wants to sweep that low of, I think it was, what is it, 2893 inside that area. There's a sweep on that. And we'll see if it comes down into this zone right over here. Looking at 2863 for ETH. Right in this level right over here. That's what we're looking for. All inside that box, essentially, is what we're looking for. I don't know what's up with the chat. I don't see you guys chat inside there. Let me try to reload it on my side. Bear with me, bear with me. That's a healthy dump. I like it. Yeah, coming right above that box. That's really what we're looking for. We're looking for this box right over here. I can move this down. Wave D just comes down a little bit deeper. River's got some room. I think River can, definitely touch that 44 to 48 level. That's kind of what I'm looking at. And I'm building with ETH inside this area here. So I'll actually adjust this like so. And I need to adjust this spider line. So I get rid of these. Don't really need these. Actually, I'm going to leave those because those areas are going to act as a point of resistance for us. Good morning, Shine. Good morning, James. In a perfect world, we want to see River come down to roughly around 20. That would be in a perfect world. And we want to see ETH kind of stretch into 3062. Let's take a peek at USDT real quick. You see USDT is hitting a 9 here at this level. So maybe it takes a little bit of a breather before it wants to make its way back down again. I'm going to adjust this trend line right here. So that way it's peak here, and we got another peak right there. So when I start to see stuff like that, I look at Ethereum saying, okay, well, Ethereum might need to take a little bit of a breather here itself. So let's take a look at River. All right, River at 44,970. Man, I wanted to catch Dusk right over here. I was just sidetracked, wasn't paying attention to that, trying to get the stream set up. It had that push up into that level. I was like, dang it, I missed it. So if I can get Dusk back into this box over here in this area, I'll definitely consider shorting that. a little bit of a bounce here for ETH, at least on a 1 minute. Let's see if this level can actually hold, or if it needs to come down a little bit lower. Come back over to River. River looks decent. I like where River's at. I like anything with like 44 on River. I think it could be a good opportunity for us. ETH has a little bit of a bounce here. That's good. Take a little bit off of that. I can take a look at gold here in a little bit. I just scalped out roughly like 45 off of ETH. So just same principle of what we were doing like on Dust just the other day, you know, 45, 45, 45, letting all those kind of play out. This box got violated, so no longer need this box right here. So we want to make sure that this box can maintain itself and we can get at least to 3063. That's going to be the TP target that I'm looking at for ETH. And then for River, I'm looking for at least 33. 33 would be good. I'd even take 37 to be honest with you. But the final TP, at least on this move, would be somewhere around like 20 if River can get back to those levels. When the market starts cooling down a little bit, I'll take a look at gold. I actually think Bytenix has gold. Looks like a wave B for River. That's what I'm looking at here. That's what it looks like. Fib levels, yeah, 618 is really what it tapped into from that peak low. Let's go ahead and put the magnet on that, make sure that we have that accurate. Yeah, it tapped right into that 618 level, which is 44.293 for River. The next fib level, just looking at that structure, would be 44.914. So it'd be right underneath this area right over here, right underneath that. I feel like I'm frozen. Maybe my chart's frozen. I don't know if I'm frozen on my side. I always come across these little errors for it, but that was my screen. My screen was acting up. Give me a second here, guys. Yeah, River's back at that 618 level I was just mentioning. Next level for River would be 44.914. I feel like it's something that we can build upon in that area. Yeah, Bytenix is acting weird as far as chart goes right now. So hang on, guys. I'm doing this from desktop and manually. I'm just running into these errors with it. Bitcoin, I want to look at Bitcoin from a daily. Yeah, Bitcoin blew past our fib level right over here, set right around 87. So it looks like it's trying to take some liquidity inside that zone. Same thing for ETH. ETH is sitting around that 2883 benchmark. Really looking for that 2863, see if that can maintain itself. Man, I miss dusk. That would have been a nice juicy short entry right at that level. It's all right. We'll wait for it. We will wait for it. No, I hear you, Pat. So Pat, I'm looking at for ETH. I want to see ETH can try to maintain this level right over here inside this box. If it can maintain that box, I'm targeting right around like 3063. So I want to see that this box can maintain itself. That's the goal. Hang on for a second, guys. I'm getting not errors on Bytesinks, but I'm frozen on my side from a desktop perspective, so I might need to run this from my mobile, or at least restart it here on desktop. There we go. There we go. All right, let's fix some things around here real quick. All right, River is somewhat printing. All right. Take like 25 off of that. On River. And then I'm just going to go ahead and try to put that back into ETH if I can get back to those levels. Let me fix something for us real quick. There we go. That is fixed. There we go. All that is fixed. That's what we were looking for. So River's printing somewhat right now. That zone, it tapped right into that 68 level once again. 618 level, excuse me, which was 44.293. So it was this fib level right over here that we're looking at. and we want to see what's going on with ETH. So it came right to my order area, 2864. You know, if I get pushed out, then it's really a break even for me. That makes sense. But I'm again just going back to, I'm looking at this box, this area being built. So that's what we want to see maintain itself. This box right over here. You can see on the charts which chart is which. It's on the top left hand corner. So if you're curious or if you're struggling to find out which one it is. Dang it, man. Rose. I mean, Dusk would have been great. Rose just pumped. I just missed the pump on that one. Not getting back to my entry level, but I can look at this as a wave 1, and then we'll get a wave 2 somewhere over here. So what we can do in hindsight is kind of be proactive and look for a wave 2, where wave 2 would go to. It just depends on where this stops. Yeah, and that puts us right back inside that box. So 76% would put us at 012858 for Rose. So let's see if we can get back into those levels for Rose. River's got a little bit of a print going on right now. I'm going to look at it from a 13-minute real quick. All right, I'm going to take some profits off of that in the event that we do decide to revisit back that same area. So I'm going to take a little bit off of that. All right, so 47 in profit on River. Just gonna leave the remainder running on that, and I want to see if we can get back into these levels for Ethereum. I bounced right off my entry level. I'm looking at River mainly from a 4-hour because that's where the setup was from. We can see these candles here. We obviously had a 9 that printed here. Then we had some exhaustion that printed inside that level. We don't need this. I don't know why we have that. Actually, no, that's for the ABC. So let's fix that around. Smooth that around. So speculative as far as where wave A is going to come to. Wherever wave A starts to show signs of weakness, then that's essentially where we would TP. I mean, it could come down to like 37. And if it comes down to 37, then we would TP there and then look for a revisit here inside this zone again. The pullback for Rose, I'm looking at this 0.76 fib level inside of this area, which is that green box, which sits around 0.12858. I'll go ahead and set an alarm for that for us. And so we have an alert on that if and when we get back to that level. So only 2 trades we're in right now is just Ethereum and River. I've taken some profits off of ETH already so far on these little bounces. Just quick scalp. It's a quick, easy 45 bucks. Same thing for River. You know, those little dips that it's taking, considering that I'm shorting it. Take a little bit of profit, so it took 47 off of that so far. So I think within like 15 minutes or so, made about 80 bucks. I don't know if any of you guys are positioned right now. Just looking at this green box, brother, right over here. I want to see if this trend line can hold all the way through. If we get a flush again, I want to see this area hold inside this zone. The next level that I would be looking at is going to be somewhere around like 27s. So just quick scalps, man. Quick scalps. Good day, Sane. That's almost sound like I'm saying my own name. Good day, good day. Yeah, I didn't catch the long on Rose. That would have been a nice juicy long too, but I didn't catch that one on Rose. That was going to be my target. Like if we revisit those areas, those green boxes, these two green boxes, that's essentially where I'll build a long from. I think we do revisit those at some point. You know, it's just about a matter of when, really. You know, if ETH can make a higher low here, I think we might be in business. That went to 0.76 level. I'm measuring that on a very, yeah, that went to a 0.76. That could have been a wave 2 right there. Looking at a lower time frame, so I see like what a wave 3 would look like, just short term. Yeah, 29.55, 29.20 inside that area. So let's see what happens when we get to that level. What is that? 29. Yeah, that puts us right over here. This trend line right there. All right, good little bounce there on ETH. Decent. Let's see if it can push into, like I said, 29.20. That'd be somewhere that I would consider looking at taking profits on there. River's doing its thing right now. I mean, River can get to 37, that would be great too. Or if it can get to 33, that'd be awesome. 33, 37, 33, 29 inside those areas. If we're looking at fibs, let's say somewhere around here. All right, let's actually tweak this a little bit here. Let's tweak this up a little bit. Yeah, just in case I don't get that level. 22 inside that zone. And then I'll go ahead and adjust that as we get to, once we start breaking down, I'll adjust where wave B is going to go to. But right now, that's kind of what I'm looking at for a wave A, 22, if we can get to 22. Yeah, little scalps, you just take little scalps here and there on it if you want to, you know, see profit. If that makes any sense. If you want to see profit. Fast moves today. Fast moves. I'm going to take a little bit of profit off of this Ethereum long, just a little bit here. Little by little, just chipping away at it, little by little, little by little. I did the same thing on River on that small little push down that I had down to 42. I just took a little bit off the top there. Oh, that was a good catch. You caught that rose long. That was a good catch. Once again, I want to thank you guys for being here. You know, you guys being here contributes to the channel. It's very, very, very much appreciated. We actually did hit a milestone this month. It was surprising to me, but we did hit 500 subscribers. So big thank you to you guys. Mad love, mad respect. The next milestone is going to be 1,000 subscribers. That's the target. Trying to grow this channel, provide you guys with education, good vibes, some word here and there. And then the byproduct of that is going to be profitable trades. Trying to find some profitable trades. So I just want to say thank you guys again. Yeah, if it's in his plan, it will, brother. I hope 1K does happen soon. That was a huge, that'd be a huge milestone for me. You know, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do a 1K giveaway. Spread it out amongst like 5 different people once we hit 1K. That's $200 a pop. I'll put an announcement on X for it. So that way I can have like Grok or something like that pick the winner for us. You know, maybe we'll do something like that. We'll do a 1K giveaway once we hit 1,000 subscribers here on YouTube. You guys down for that? I'm gonna make some coffee. I haven't even had my coffee yet. Market was just moving. I had to get into the battleship. Had to get into the battleship. All right, give me a quick second. Really want to see if Dusk can give us another entry. That would be phenomenal. Like the main vehicles that I want to look at right now are going to be River and Dusk, and then kind of utilize that to build into Ethereum. I don't know, maybe there's a short opportunity here on Rose. So let's take a look. Let's go to a lower time frame for Rose. Yeah, quite possible. And it showed a 13 there too. Yeah, let's look at Rose. See if we can get a short on Rose. Short us back into that level. Yeah, as long as USDT kind of holds this level, holds this area, My only concern is on that monthly for USDT. If that thing decides to go gangbusters. Yeah, if we can get a doji here in that area, then I'll be okay with that. Maybe we get a little bit of reprieve. That's a little concerning. Not gonna lie, that's a little concerning. Let's look at a 610. That's where we're at. Let's see if that can maintain itself. Yeah, because if USDT keeps pushing up like this, ETH is gonna keep, collapsing back down. I think if USDT can come down to this area, 6.341, that gives a little bit of reprieve for ETH. Then that essentially will be like a take profit area, because I think USDT is going to kind of float around here in this area, unless, like I said, unless in the monthly, if this thing just pops up and goes way higher, then you're going to see a massive nuke for Ethereum. So little scalps here and there. We're already in profit on that one. We already did roughly around a little bit over 160 on this ETH scalp. You had 2 cups of coffee already. Damn, I'm so tempted to short Rose. I think I want to wait for this. I know I want to wait for this area. I want to see what occurs here inside this level. I'm gonna go ahead and set an alarm on that for us. See what occurs once we get into that zone. Yeah, just taking, we've already done about 90 on River, so I'm gonna hold on to that for a little bit here. I just want to see if it flushes a little bit more. I've already taken profits on it, so essentially I have stop loss at break even, so it wouldn't be wasted time in that sense. Now it's just a matter of see if I can get Dusk and if I can get Rose. All right, so 2920 is going to be an area that I'm looking at for Ethereum. Take a little bit of profits from that. All right, time not wasted. So 112 already booked on Ethereum. We got another like 44 left in the tank. At that point, I would just kind of move stop loss to break even. So at the bare minimum, did a hundo on that quick, easy 100. Same thing for River. I have a feeling we would revisit this area at some point. We got another 2.5 hours left in that time frame. I'm just gonna wait for River. Rose. I'm just gonna wait for Rose and I'm gonna wait for Dusk. Those are the only 2 that I'm not in right now. Right now it's just River and Ethereum. I literally had an order at 2863, literally right on this line right over here, right where the alarm is at, 2863.07, and it went to 2864.38. That's ETH for you. More so, that's crypto for you. So we did flash a buy signal here on a 377. That's this is where the main idea is stemming from. Well, I take that back. Main idea is really stemming from here, right? We need to get above that level. Technically, this is invalidated. Technically, it's invalidated. But let's see what occurs here. That's why I'm going to be taking some profits on it in the event that we get like another flush down to the downside. So working with pivot points right now for this harmonic. Perfect world, like I said, it's getting to like 3059 inside that area. That would be decent. And if this thing just, you know, let's say USDT came in, collapsed, and came all the way back down, then we'd be looking at somewhere in these levels right over here. So now it's just holding. Oh, copper's growing. You look at some liquidity here. Man, there's so much more to the downside though. That's what's scary. There's a ton, like all the way down to like 2300s. So scalping is the best approach here, to be quite honest. If it would load, that'd be great. Okay, it doesn't want to load. BTC 89. There's gonna be a shelf that sits right around 89. So if anybody's longing that, that's really what I'd be looking for, taking profits on that. Yeah, I don't know why this is not loading now. There's a delay, or at least there's a snag in that. Rose, it looks like Rose is coming back to this area. Let's see what occurs here. I think we have an alarm set on that. Yeah, we do have an alarm set on that. We'll see. You cut your short. I mean, I still think you can probably get some movement on it. I personally I don't have the appetite for that to take it from right here. I really want to see this area, so I want to stick to my levels. Same thing for Dusk, right? Like Dusk had that little move down. You know, it's essentially respecting this trend line that it's been building off of. They try to wick out, you know, people that are shorting here, so quick little exit on it. Let's look at ETH on a lower time frame here. Let's see what's developing here. On a 13-minute, we do have 9 in balance. It's not the greatest of signs. Not something we really want to be seeing overall. Let's look at a heat map real quick. Yeah, that's not cooled down yet, so I think taking profits on ETH, it's going to be a little bit better for us here. River's pushing back up again too. I feel like River can be built on. That makes any sense. Let's look at it like that. Let's try something here. I mean, if you can hold these levels, then we got a wave 2. Then we'll say a wave 3. It's a small little sub wave. It's a minute wave. What is that, 2874 and some change? Yeah. Down to 2869. 2869.47. Just leave the sharp levels on there. 618, 0.76, 0.88. Dusk is moving back up. Okay. So just wait on that. And Rose is moving back up slightly here. Just easy scalps. Easy scalps. Hard to build a swing here in this market, to be quite honest with you. Very difficult to build swings on both sides, not just for longs or shorts. Sure, shorts have been a little bit more profitable, but you know, let's say you're shorting like 3,400 or 3,300. I mean, you got round tripped. If you held, you held. You remember those guys that we were looking at? I don't know if you guys recall. We were looking at some whales that were holding from like 3,100, and they were just holding, and price was all the way on 3,300. We're just like, yeah, what is going on? That was the answer. So either they got out. Actually, I want to take a look at that. CoinGlass is not loading the way it should be loading. It's not giving me the liquidity. That's okay. This is why I wrote my own. Yeah, so there's another pocket that sits right around 2057 inside that box right over there. Let's go to 377 real quick. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, we have another one right over here. So inside this box, that's really what we're looking for. I have a feeling it's gonna push right through these fib levels that I just measured out here. If it holds, then that's great. Then, you know, then the mathematics are there. But just from a liquidity perspective, you know, 2843 on lower time frames, similar levels, 2839. So inside this box that I'm mapping out here, this box is from 2863 down to 2825. So a couple longs opened up, 2902, 2900, 2889, 2888, 2899. Quite a few of them, quite a few bought here. Let's look at, and it's mainly long. So I got some shorts I actually opened up at 2898. We got a couple, you guys can see what I'm looking at. We have a couple, we got a couple that opened in 12 minutes, 36 minutes ago, 42 minutes ago, 52 minutes ago. Binance is still not loading. Excuse me, CoinGlass is still not loading. Pretty tough demand over here in this area. Order block wise. All the way down to 2840, yeah. And that kind of coincides with this level that I was just talking about just now, this pocket right over here. So I feel like there's going to be some orders that are going to be building inside that zone. So I'm going to make some adjustments here. I'm going to bring you down. Say 2847. Yeah, 2040s, 2047. That's essentially what I'm going to be looking for. 2040s, 2047 inside those zones. Damn, I just downed that coffee like it was no one's business. Holy cow. Yeah, so I'm looking at liquidity, I'm looking at fibs. It's a combination of things. And so for the TP for me, I'm a harmonic trader. That's kind of like where my foundation comes from. I like to utilize harmonics because harmonics essentially are reversal patterns. Sometimes your wave D can be a little bit more extended, what have you. But then you're looking for those pivot points. So as I'm hunting that pivot point, I'm hunting with the thesis of hunting liquidity. So that's really what I would be targeting. So inside this area right over here, we have some liquidity that sits inside the zone. Now, mind you, we have liquidity. If you go to CoinGlass, we got liquidity all the way down to like 2300s. So these moves here, it's more of scalps. That's the thought process behind it. You know, just get in, make a quick 100 or make a quick 40, whatever it may be, and then get out. Maybe I'm sitting in that position for like 15 minutes to an hour or so, but I'll be taking profits off as soon as I get those little pops up. I'll start taking profits off. The opposite is true for for River, right? So as I'm seeing those drops down on River, I'm just taking those profits, taking those profits. And then if I get a little bit higher, then I'm going to re-enter in that area. So it kind of defeats being round tripped, or at least wasting your time as far as being in that position. And then just going right back at it again. The thesis ultimately is saying, okay, well, this thing needs to take a pause. This thing needs to have a retracement. ETH doesn't necessarily have to do that. What did you bounce off of? Did you bounce off of 0.5? Oh, you bounce off of 0.32? Ugh. I don't like that. Then that means wave 4 is going to come down deep and hard. All right. So I got some liquidity that sits here. Let's look at what a potential wave 3 would look like if that was a 3. If we are going into a 3, you usually don't see a wave 2 that sits. So yeah, 29.32, 29.75. This makes a little bit more sense to me, coming collecting some of this over here inside this area. So my goal for, when I'm taking quick little profits here and there is essentially, my thought process, if I come back to that area, then it wasn't wasted time. If I continue to go up, price action keeps going up higher and higher and higher, then great, I have a runner that's there. Then I'll look for another retest to see if I can add back to that position. But at least that's when I'm in scalping mode. Let's say ETH just plunged to 2200s, like here today or tomorrow, what have you. Then my thesis would be say, okay, well, I need to start building a swing, and that's something that I'd be sitting in for quite some time, several months. And then what I would do is just simply scalp the shorts going into that move. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so right now we're looking at 29.32 to 29.75. If we can get into those areas. I don't have an interest in shorting ETH here. I just don't. I would just be taking profits. What if it goes higher? What if it, goes lower? You could have shorted it. I just don't have an interest in that, to be honest with you. The shorts that I was mainly interested in was roughly around like 3500s, 3600s, or even up to 3800s. Like those are the shorts that I would be really interested in. Those I would try to build quite aggressively, and then move down to the lower levels that I'm looking at from a monthly. Because it's still January, right? It's still the first month of the year. So we've essentially swept the lows for the year, or at least month open, or year open, that's better put. What's to say what's going to happen in February and March? From a sequential count perspective, when you're looking at the monthly, I believe this month is actually just printing a 3. So that leaves February to be a 4, at least March to be a 5, and then after Q1 is over, then it's really decision time at that point. Do we see half of Q2 continue to float around inside of that area, or do we start seeing recovery going into Q2 and then pumping, for the remainder of the year going into 2027? My calculation is just the way that I structured things from a weekly and from a monthly perspective. I don't see Ethereum hitting all-time high until 2027. I could be totally wrong about that. I could be building position, and then we get some type of fundamental news, or we get something that occurs inside the market that just pumps it, and I could be wrong as far as those dates. but I don't see, Ethereum hitting like all-time high here in January or anything like that. 6 months ago, when I was structuring things, yeah, I would have pegged to say, okay, well, just based on this current structure, Ethereum hit an all-time high. Typically it's got a couple more runs at it. Looking at BTC hit several all-time highs from 2024 all through 2025, several of them. So I was looking at the same suit saying, okay, well, if people are going to rotate out of BTC, rotate into ETH should have its opportunity, have its chance, and not so much. Not so much. All right, so focusing here on Rose. I'm gonna see what Rose can give us. Oh man, are you gonna give me that box? Yeah, no, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait on that. Yeah, let's do it that way. 1, 2, and then we got a 3 over here, subwave. Still puts us in the same realm, 2920s, 2955s, inside that area. Because then that went to a 618, that makes a little bit more sense. I could take that off. 618, 786, something like that. Take that off. We went into right into that pocket. Yeah, figure as much. So these two boxes right over here, that's what I would be looking at for a Rose. Actually, I'm gonna open up Rose right now. What price is that? That's 002. What's the top of that? Coordinates. All right, so now it's inside that box there. I set a pretty tight stop loss on that. Okay, so it's inside that box. Let's see if that box can maintain itself. I got some small rejection off of that. That's a quick 50 bucks on Rose. Yep. I literally just took that. It was that fast. It was that fast. Literally just entered inside this box and I already TP'd on that. That was literally like seconds. Not overly committing to any of these because I have room to get into this area over here. Yeah, I'm just going to take profits here on Rose. I took it and closed it. Literally 2 minutes. It was just a quick, easy 50 bucks on that. And then I'm going to wait for it to kind of revisit this area again. Yep, glad I did. See, that's why sometimes it's difficult to run challenges and give setups because these moves can happen so fast, so aggressive. It's like, you know, what the heck was that? What up, Krypton? Yeah, so I'll go back to ETH. We're looking at these levels right over here. We're looking at 2840s. We started building some longs, scalping out the longs. You know, if we get a pop up into 2920, we're going to be taking some heavier profits. 2955 is going to be the next level to start taking some more profits in that area. So you see how Rose is just kind of floating around in this area. It's got like 10 more minutes left in it. Really want to see this area get tested again. This is going to be the ideal area. I did take a quick little scalp on Rose on that. I'm already out of it. I'm just waiting for that move to go up. Dusk is the only one that's missing from that move. You see how it's going back up again. I appreciate the hearts, guys. Appreciate the hearts. Thank you. Thank you. This is one of those markets that you just got to be, or I wouldn't necessarily say market. I would just say week. Let's just go with week. This is one of those weeks that you just got to be fast. You can't overly commit to a position on either side, whether you're short, whether you're long. You know, some of these plays you're going to be in for literally like 60 seconds. You get in, you get out. 40 here, 50 there, 40 here, 40 there. You know, just keep compounding, keep compounding. Then your portfolio grows that way. This has like another 8 more minutes. So I'm going to wait for that next candle to see what occurs here. See if we can get like a flush into these zones inside these levels. I mean, if you want to be risky and, you know, start DCAing in, you could do that. I'm not personally doing that, but that's something that you could do. So far, just in this live right now, we've done about 250 in profit so far. Goal is to get to a band this week. That would be the goal. If we don't hit it, then that's fine. No, we'll just kind of restart next week, or we can pick up from where we left off of. It's really up to you guys. I'm gonna wait for Rose here. See a wave from a wave trend perspective. I don't have buy signals. I don't have sell signals. I don't have any of that. But I have my ADX that's still holding above, along with my DI positive that's above. So I fully anticipate to see some type of pop into this area, into this level. And now I want to monitor, see how it's going a little bit higher now. So just waiting for it, guys. Just waiting for it. That's all. I think most people are trying to short that level. So don't overcommit to it. See, just chilling inside that box. I expect to see a little pop up on that. In and out, in and out, in and out. We got 4 minutes left on that. Let's see what the next session gives us. Because counting 4 back on rows, this would be 1, 2, 3, 4. You need to see a push down underneath here, underneath this level. Let's see, it keeps toying. Look at that. There it is. One more. I'm literally in and out of rows. It's ridiculous. That was another like little 22 in profit on that. I just took it at this level right over here and then it closed it again. Just quick scalps, man. Just quick scalps. In and out, constantly in and out. Think about it, 20 bucks for 15 seconds worth of work. Like, what kind of job pays that? Yeah, got a new session brewing here. One to the top right over here. I want to check on River real quick. ETH is getting close to those levels. Let's see if it can maintain it. There's Rose. Let's go back to Rose. And do the same thing on Rose, just in and out, in and out. There it goes. Hit the top of that. That's what we're looking for. Oh, that's what we're looking for on Rose. See if we can maintain that box. I already took profits on that already. River's pushing back up again. I need to check on River. Back to Rose. Micro in and out, micro in and out. That made up for the other one. Okay. And now I need to check on River. I'm just waiting for Rose to give us a nice little push. You know, a lot of people are building shorts here in this area, and I don't necessarily have a, I do have some divergence sits in this area, but I want to see a nice little push into this zone, into this box. Like this box right over here is going to be something that I'm just scalping, to be quite honest. You can measure out this box and then go down to a lower time frame and then kind of chart the same thing I'm looking at. But I think, you know, if you're going to build a swing from a weekly perspective, I would be looking at this zone right over here. So just waiting for that. I've already taken maybe like 3 positions on that already so far. I don't know what's up with Bytenix in the sense of loading my position history. There we go. So we did Rose 50, 72, 88, and then that's 96, 97. So we did a quick $100 on Rose, and I took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scalps on that. Five quick scalps. Comes down, boom, get out. Pops right back up, boom, get in. In and out, in and out, in and out. I do need to check on River though. What's up, Mudai? Good afternoon, brother. Let's look back at Rose. Ah, there we go. Keep doing it. Keep doing that thing. Keep doing that thing. Right, top of that box right there. See, it's gonna break. It's gonna go into the next box. That's what we're looking for. We want to see it come into this next box right over here. Big push. Come on, you can do it. You've been doing it all week. Yep. Want to see it getting right into here. So that's what I was saying. This was like a scalp box. You could just in and out, in and out, and out. Now we just wait. There it goes. A little bit higher. A little bit higher.
Look at me. 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 Look at me.
So it's inside that box. We're gonna get rid of that. We're inside the box, like I mentioned. Decent rejection off of that.
Take my hand and we'll go away to a different place. Float on air and we'll hide away. I'll be your escape. Look up and feel the shifting winds tossing us around again. Hold tight, get ready to begin. And just levitate.
Alright. ETH has a nice little push. Monitoring rows here at these levels. So building a short here inside this area. I'd want to try to TP like somewhere around this level right over here. I'll switch that around once it's built, so I can give us some good TPs to be looking at. You know, invalidation for me would be going into these extension levels. If it decides to have a continued thrust into those levels. ETH hit that 2920 area. Take some profit off of that, just as an FYI. Yeah, ETH ran right into that 2920, so I took some profits off of that ETH. Just levitate. Rose is getting aggressive here. Double top area. That was the weekly high. Inside the zone. Next level is going to be right up here.
Look at me. Look at me.
Good drop. A rose. Good. So that's what we're looking for. It's a quick 100 right there. In and out, boys. In and out. In and out. In and out. That was a throwdown on a 1 minute. I already built river short. I'm just kind of maintaining it now at this point, monitoring it. Good job, ETH. Now I'm just leaving runners going for ETH. If we come back to those, to those levels or anything like that, then like 2844 or what have you, then I'd looked along that area. Now it's just maintaining all of these. I have all my stops in profit. River's the one I want to focus on here, see what River's going to give us. Alright, so let's look at ETH as far as if it is a true subwave. Let's look at what a wave 4 would look like if this in fact was a wave 3. So flat levels 2906. It's got to try to maintain 2906. And then I'll put us in the next level right inside this pocket right over here. Yeah, it's 2951, 2955, all, this little pocket that sits right over here for ETH. If it could hold 2906 to 2898, basically hold the 2900s. I'll come back over to Rose real quick. What were we looking at on a 21 minute, right? Yeah, we're on a 21 minute. $200 underneath for profit. Rivers like another 60 or so, and then Rose is like another 90, but we already did 100 on that, so 190 on Rose so far today. Dusk is the only one that I wasn't able to get into. I was still looking for this area right over here for Dusk. See if that can maintain. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a long haul down for Rose. So most likely we probably come back and revisit that area again. This looks like a double top. on a lower time frame, and it's essentially the same level that it just reached on the weekly. That's where the setup was designed from. So for ETH, what I'll do is, I'll maintain and hold my position. I want to see if these levels over here, 2906, 2898, 2890, anything inside here, if these can maintain. Ideally, I'd want to see it hold right around 2898. That would be the level, so maybe a push down and then it pushes back up and gets us into 2951. And then I'll just be taking profits there.
I can't believe the night lay waste to all we given, but honestly,
Yeah, I mean 2955. I want to see what occurs here inside this area on lower time frames for ETH. Yeah. Rose has a little move down. That looks good. I'm gonna take some profits off of that as well. Take another 50 off of that. And quite literally just leaving a little runner on that. In the event that we come back and revisit this area over here. So that was a quick little easy hundo for Rose. So we already took out 106 in profit. We got another 40 running. We got a little 23 margin. If I get stopped out, my stop is like $3.78. So we'll be in profit. We'll still do a hundo on that. ETH, I've already taken out 134 on that. River, I've already taken 47 out of that. Got another 22 running in the tank. Small margins, but I'm just trying to display and show you guys, like, you don't need to use large margins in order to hit these targets, hit these TPs. You just need to go in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out.
I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be.
You can shoot me a DM on Twitter if need be. It's gonna be contingent if you're trading on Bytenix, then what your volume looks like on Bytenix. Actually, I'll put that link inside here in case you guys are not trading on Bytenix. This is exactly where I'm trading. Probably should have done that earlier in the day, but that's okay.
So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run?
That's a link for you guys to get into Bytenix. So once you open an account or register an account, what have you, then send me your UID. We can get you escalated to a VIP 3 status. VIP 3 status is going to have lower fees for you. So make sure that you send me your UID. You can send it to me on Discord or you can send it to me on Twitter. One of the two. I've already built all my shorts. I thought I went over that, but I've built my shorts. I've taken profits on them thus so far. I've built my long, taking profits on my long. I'm not shorting ETH here. No, I'm not going to be shorting ETH here. And I'm not longing rows here either. I'm not longing river here in this area. ETH running into some exhaustion levels. I'm gonna take a little bit off the top off of that. So 170 booked on ETH, running into those levels. Really only interested in longs on ETH. Only interested on shorts on River and Rose. Dusk is the only one that we haven't taken thus so far. And if you don't have if you don't have the volume for Bitinics or anything like that, don't fret. There's opportunities you can kind of buy the indicators outright, and there's lifetime access. It's a total of roughly around like 17. So these are all the ones that are here. You can always go to my page, find me Crypto Saint, and you can see the indicators that are there. Moidai, you got to stop asking me that question, brother. You did this yesterday. You got to stop asking me that. I'll reiterate this. For anyone that's new to the stream or something like that, I'm showing you what I'm doing. I'm not going to tell you, hey, open up a short here. Hey, open up a long here. You won't hear me say that. I'm not giving you financial advice. I'm literally showing you what I'm doing. So if you want to follow me along and do it that way, this is going to be the best way to do that. But this will probably be the last time I'm going to say this. Stop asking me that, please. So this could have been a wave. I don't know. I'm still going to keep those same levels. Maybe wave 3 just went a little bit higher, so I'll keep those same levels. We just took liquidity inside that zone. Okay. River's the only one I'm a little bit hesitant about. Taking some profits on that. But I might have an add back for that. So I'm going to look for an add back on River if I can get one. I'm not going to add back here. I don't like the price action. To add in that area. It keeps like swooping low, then pulling right back up. It's just maintaining like this 43 handle area. So not an area that I want to build a short in. So 273 something. I technically can just close everything right now and just call it a day in the sense of profits. Taking profits and I'm good. You know, when you're trading with like a smaller account, let's say like $100 account, and you start building it, you know, one of the goals that I try to aim for is roughly like 285 a day, and then, you know, multiply that over, you know, 5 maybe 6 days. Not every day is going to be a 285 day, but maybe you have another day that you have like a 320 day, or another day you have like a 420 day. Maybe one day you have like a 120 day, whatever it may be, but it's, you know, over the course of a week, if you're doing roughly around 2 bands or something like that, then that's going to be a good goal. You know, that's, you know, close to roughly around 6K a month. So River's going to be my focal point here right now. I want to look at River on lower time frame. Let's actually open up that idea that we have. I'm going to open it up. Actually, let's do it this way. Let's go back to a 4 hour. Let's open up this fib and let's add this fib to lower time frames so we can see it. And then let's go ahead and navigate like on a 21. All right, let's look at it here as well too. And see, that's kind of not what I'm looking for. See how it's just kind of like maintaining this area. It could resemble distribution but I don't want to enter in on distribution in the event that we get a push up to these levels and then mess up my average. And we got a box that sits right over here. ETH obviously, so we took profits here in a good area. You know, we took a little bit of profits at 29.20, stretched up about 12 more pips. That's fine. Took another little bit of profits there in that area. It did run into exhaustion on that lower time frame. This is a 3-minute, ran into some exhaustion. So we want to see that it can maintain this area, or if it's going to do a full retrace right back down to these levels. So that's how essentially I'm going to be managing it. I'm going to be working it. Yeah, I can do a walkthrough. Let me just wait for the market to kind of calm down a little bit. Is that my natural beard? No, bro. Every day before stream, what I do is I take some of pubes and I glue it on here. Yeah, man. It's my natural beard. That's funny though. So one thing that you can do to eliminate that missing streams is just if you're subscribed to the channel, you can hit the notification bell. You'll know when I'm gonna stream. Usually I'll put up the broadcast. I'll schedule it ahead. So if you should get a notification for that. And then what you can do is just hit notify me for the upcoming stream. And then once I actually go live, you'll get a notification, you know, on your mobile, via email, what have you. And you'll be able to see me there live. That way you don't miss it. Been trying to get in here around like 8 a.m., but I'm not gonna front. Mornings are just a little bit chaotic. So some days it just unable to get into here. And when the market's moving aggressively like that, I'm managing my own positions. So then I'll pop in here, you know, once I have either things built or I can see a little bit more clearly. It's too perfect. Thanks, bro. I appreciate that. Yeah. The Asian in me doesn't allow me to grow on the sides. So I got like this Tony Stark length that grows. River having a nice little push down. We'll take it. Rose has like another couple minutes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Still puts us at the same area, 0.20 that it needs to flip. So I fully expect Rose to kind of revisit these areas right over here inside this zone. I would anticipate that to occur. River looks decent. Dusk is the only one that I'm not touching right now. I don't like the areas that it's sitting at for dusk. I don't like these areas over here. That just feels dangerous. It reminds me of when XLM was pumping last year. You know, trying to catch that short and nothing just... What is XLM doing now? I'm curious. Let's just take a peek at XLM real quick. Yeah, this was last year. I remember this. That literally came to a support level. Woo! Look at River. Huh. Go River. Do your thing, River. All right, who's in positions with me? Who's in shorts with River? Who's in shorts on Rose? Who's in longs for ETH? Look at River. Look at you. What are you doing? I should have added all of the above. River, what is going on? I'm no complaints. I'm just point out what is going on. What are you doing here? All right, here goes Rose. Rose is on a new session here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see if it gets down to this level right over here. Let's see if where River can get to. Yeah, River's making new lows. Woof, woof. Uy. Aggressive. Aggressive. 57% of you are in ETH. 14% of you are in Rose. All right, I'm going to take a little bit off the top here for River. Just leaving a small little runner on that. Portfolios jumped up to 6. We started in the week with a hundo. We're up to roughly around 6. We're about 4 away. And it's that simple, guys. It literally is that simple. Little here, little there, little here, little there. Just compound, 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 compound. If you start off with me on this challenge at the beginning of the week and you're not at the same portfolio amount, simply you just didn't take profits where I was taking profits. And I did all these with small margins. My largest margin that I had was earlier this morning for ETH on an ETH long. I think I did like 130 on that, and then I stripped it down once I hit roughly a hundo on that. Yeah, River is fighting for that, boy. It is fighting. Glad I took profits on that.
Memories die out too hard. We were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest tears. We said no matter fire, no.
Week is still fresh, so Rose could always, you know, here in this move could make another move up to the upside. And we'll just attack it again. That makes sense. We've already taken profit on it. We've already done one lick on that. Ooh, River pushing down even more. Nice. Keep going, River. We are not complaining. Look at you. Go, River, go. Yep. Gonna take a little bit more off of that. All right. Quick, easy 100 on River, guys. I literally have a dismal little position that's sitting on that. I'll just wait. See if we revisit that area. If it keeps going down again, then I'll look at lower time frames, seeing what areas were support that start to flip into rejection. Another way you can look at it too, like if you take, you know, let's say 5 trades and you set a goal, say I want to, you know, hit 100, even if it keeps going and you could have made 200, 300, 400, 500, whatever, but you set a realistic goal saying if this hits 100, boom, I'm good, I'm out. You do that 5 times over. Then you have the opportunity to increase your margin, maybe lower your risk a little bit in the sense of leverage, and then maybe take 300 and then do the same thing. You have shorter moves, but you can make more money in that shorter span. ETH is on an impulse wave here. Yeah, ETH will probably revisit these areas at some point. River. God, look at you, River. Get it. Get it. Let's go. Let's go. Rose, can you follow suit? Can you give us the same move? Let's go. Just leaving it, like I said, just leaving a runner there on River. Not interested in longing it or anything like that. Just sticking to one bias when it comes to those coins. Same thing for Rose. ETH is really the only one that I'm looking for longs for a multitude of reasons, but just oversimplified is it's an underperforming asset, if you will. Can it go lower? Yeah, it can. It can go to like 2300s if it really wants to. It can go to 1900s if it really wants to. River is absolutely tanking there. What's USDT doing here? Look at that. Yeah, I see USDT coming right back to these levels right over here. So we just got to be careful with this. What does this look like? It does have a sell signal on a 610. That's good. That's good. That's good for ETH. But we could always USDT could come back and try to reclaim this area, or at least defend this area over here. So that would push ETH down a little bit lower, and then we just go right back at it. Only 7% of you guys took Rose. That's what's up. Cry me a river. Straight up. Cry me a river. Hold up. I'll probably get copyright for this one, but I don't care. Let's see if it plays. Ah, it's not playing. Come on. Dang it. I don't know what's up with Apple Music. It does that sometimes. It's funny. Or we'll keep the beats going. Justin just said to the chat. Yeah. So I'm hoping you guys took some profits here on River. You know, don't get greedy. You know, if you got to leave a runner, right? Then we'll look for new opportunities for where we can have ad backs, what have you. But at least make your time worth it. All right, these were fast moves. It's kind of the way I opened up today in the stream, saying, you know, we got fast movement in the market today, so you have to adjust accordingly. You got to get in and get out, get in and get out. Take profits where you see, you know, certain levels being hit. We tapped right into this extension fib in this area. You know, if we come down a little bit lower, you know, praise God, we can get down into this zone right over here. I'll zoom out a little bit on that. Right inside this zone, then we'll TP. Then we're gonna look for, you know, a move up to the upside over here, and then we can take a new short position and then ride it into these levels right over here. So it's kind of already mapped out here as far as add backs, TP1s, and what have you. Rose. All right, let's get our focus back on Rose. Rose is having a little bit of a push up here. Let's see if Rose can maintain. You see, this is why we took profit there. I expect Rose to probably come and float around here in this area again. Would not be surprised. I think we got a shaved head here too. Yeah, I got a shaved head, so it's 100% going to come back into this level. It's going to clear that imbalance, and then you want to look to see if it can maintain and hold that area. ETH hitting some good levels here. Took all that liquidity, all those people that are shorting in that area. Like I said, Rose is going to go right back to that same level.
Look at me. Look at me.
ETH going. Nice. Nice on ETH. Rose wants to tap right back into that same level. Yeah, see this box, you know, if it wants to push above it, this is why we took profits, boys. ETH just going. Look at you, Pikachu.
Look at me. Look at me.
Rose made another high. So glad we got out. Next level for Rose is going to be this level that sits right over here, this extension level right over here. So now it's going to flip that box in that area. There you go. Tapped right into it. ETH is going for it. Rose made another high on the weekly. Tapped right into that 1.272 level, which it looks like that was a wave 5. That's a wave 5 fib level. 1.3, where is it? Let's take you off. And next level is going to be 1.41. I'm going to take some profits off of ETH right here in this area. Yeah, took some profits right at the top on that. And then where's River? I want to check back on River. Go ETH. You got an imbalance that sits over here on a 13-minute right over here. I think that puts us at the 3063 area that I was talking about not too long ago. Rose went above. So we'll play around with this area right over here. ETH surging, boy. It's gonna squeeze a lot of these shorts. What does that look like on 377 for us? Look at that. That is a very bullish candle. So next move down, you're definitely looking for long opportunities. You know, even if I come back and revisit this area, definitely looking for long opportunities on that. It is running hot. That's my only concern. But I mean, it can run hot for a little while. We'll probably get a push into this level, 3031. I had a target of 3063. That's from... shoot, I didn't mean to do that. That's from this setup, from this harmonic. So I'm looking at this area over here, if it can get to that zone. Zero interest in shorting ETH. I have no interest in that. Even if it came back down and retraced this entire move, which, you know, ETH can do things like that, I just don't have an interest in shorting it from these levels. My primary focus on shorts are going to be River and River, Rose, and Dusk. Nice move on ETH, boy. Nice move. I'm going to look to close ETH long here in a little bit. I'll look for another long opportunity as we start coming back down. But once we start getting into this zone, I'm looking for looking to close it in that area. Rose, I caught Rose right over here inside this level. I've already taken some profits off of it so far. There you go, Rose. Good job, Rose. ETH is smoking. It's an advance. Oof, if I ever saw one. Go ahead and remeasure out some of these levels for us. Get it. Get it, ETH. Squeeze a little bit higher, just a wee bit higher.
Look at me.
Look at Rose. Rose just went gangbusters on that one. Woo! Look at Rose. Rose went to that next fib level. They stopped me out on Rose. Your long is printing scissors.
Look at me. Look at me.
Yeah, I'm gonna start scaling out of Ethereum here. Reaching some key levels. Yeah, it just cleared that imbalance that we had over here before, so I'm going to scale out of that. I have a dismal runner sitting on that one. $246 realized profit on ETH just on this move alone today. Quick 246, done and done. I'll look for retracements as it comes down. I've taken a good chunk of the profits out of that though so far. Now I just want to see, how we perform on Rose. You know, Rose is at that weekly high. You know, if it wants to continue to go gangbusters, then so be it. I mean, it's got levels all the way up to here, so just going to manage it accordingly based on that. I've taken profits on ETH in this area. I did not short. Don't have an interest in shorting it. I've just taken profits, that's all. Yep, that key level right there. And then I need to check on. Yep, good gains for everybody. Good gains for everybody. Profitable stream, guys. That's what's up. That's the name of the game. Just make it profitable for everybody. Just scalping out on Rose. That's really all I'm doing. Just scalping it, scalping out. Continue to keep scalping it. You know, it's got some strength in it, so that's why, you know, I'm not being married to that position. River, I've already scalped out a good chunk out of River. I literally have like a small little runner running on that one. So 246. That's about 100. 346. Ran out of coffee. I need more coffee. Not really, but I would like more coffee. Yeah, River looks like it wants to come back. So that's, I'm glad I'm scaled out on River. On that move down, that was an aggressive move to the downside. Let's take a look back at the 4-hour. Yeah, that's a pretty aggressive pull right back up. So Reason being for scaled out of that. We'll look for more entries. If we can get back into this area and maintain this area, this red box, then we'll look for shorts, but the next level up is going to be 48. And look at dust. Dust is just moving sideways. It can't even touch that right now. Can't do anything with dusk. Nine printing on ETH. Let's see if it gets to that 3062, 63 area. Freezing moments. You got 4 hours left on that one. That's a big one. I can drop this spider line. I will maintain that spider line so the liquidity sits inside here. So at least I've identified that. Excuse me. Almost there. Almost there. Yeah, look for 3073. Let's go. Watch ETH just go absolute bananas and just pump to Valhalla. Keep going. Let's go, ETH. That's what we're talking about. USDT. Woo! Look at USDT. Look at that. Holy smokes. USDT's at a key level there. Don't be too proud to take profits, guys. Please don't be too proud to take profits. Much rather see you guys in a profitable position and take it. You know what I mean? Know what I mean, Jelly Bean? Man, if Rose can just get it pushed down into here. Squeeze the life out of him. Whee! Nah, I'm not shorting ETH. I don't have any interest in shorting ETH. Even if ETH came all the way down to 2,300, I'm like, yo, saying you could have shorted that. I'm like, I don't have an interest in that. My primary focus as far as shorts go are some of these coins that have been pumping ridiculous. You know, Rose, Dusk, River. It's kind of like where my focal point is at. ETH said, hold my beer. No F's given. Yeah, Rose is going to come back into this area. I really want to see what happens inside that box. Yeah, so I'm not going to be greedy here. I'm gonna scale out of ETH, pretty much completely right around here. Just because it's running hot here in this area. Just waiting. Pray for a bear today. Yeah. It depends on what you're shorting, right? Like if you're shorting ETH, yeah, everyone's calling for ETH much lower. I don't disagree with them per se, but I mean, we got to collect liquidity to the upside first. So like ETH goes, let's say ETH just booms here to like 3,500 and some change, what have you. Then, you know, that's would be an area that I'd be interested in. 3,500, 3,600, 3,700, 3,800, those levels. And that, you know, that's a pretty wide range. And so you just got to look for signs of weakness once we get into those zones. My theory is, you know, people rotating out of these mid caps and back into large caps as far as alts go. So that's what I'd be theorizing. Like, we can get something similar as far as like a pump on ETH, like what we've been seeing on River or Dusk or Rose for that matter. Watch out. Watch out. USDT right here is going to be the main catalyst. Look at that. That thing is just completely being decapitated. I would love to see Rose reach 19, which sits like right over here in this area, right over here. That would be ideal. Proud of you, ETH. Said, not today. I will not be defeated. ETH doing something. ETH is doing something. It's doing the damn thing. So from a harmonic perspective, you know, wave B is going to be a pivotal area. That's mainly what I look for. USDT just crossed that. Yeah, see, it's bouncing off that line. This is like a key area. See, this was resistance, push through, act as support, then act as resistance. So USDT is trying to flip that area. That's the reason why I would look to start scaling out of my my ETH long, because you know, this is a good pump, and if you miss all the profits and you get round trip, you're gonna be like, yo, what happened? So don't position yourself like that, if that makes sense. And there's 4 hours left in this candle. ETH has had habits of just retracing moves like this. They see USDT wants to try to hold this level. USDT really, I mean, if you want to see an insane pump for ETH, like USDT needs to like just crash to like 5.45. That would be an insane move for ETH. ETH would just completely decapitate people. River's got some good bounce back here in this area. That could be inducement, so we got to monitor that. Same thing with Rose. Rose is just kind of like floating around here in this area. So just taking profits. Not overly committing myself to it. Yeah, that party looks like it's just getting started for ETH. Strong sell signal on USDT. Yeah, boys might be able to hold. I'd look for add backs when those add backs levels appear. How do we want to look at this? Well, we had a low here, so if we're looking at it from this time frame, I said I'd remeasure. So let's look at it like, you know, let's say this was a wave 1, this entire move. I'm using the wrong one here. We need to look at a wave 2. All right, use your brain here, Saint. Yeah, see these levels right over here. So a sharp level would be somewhere around here, like 29.10, something like that. If this is going to be a true wave 1. Then we'd look for add backs. Typically you want to see sharp retracement. So maybe this trend line that sits right over here, that's a spider line that I have, 29.41. We have some confluence that lines up in that area. And you got a 9 that's printing there. 20 seconds left on this. Go, touch and go. Touch and go. Just shy of it. I'm going to take profits on that. I'm pretty much all the way fully scaled out on that. 257 in profits booked on that, on this move right here, from here to here, 257. There it is. 3063. Right, that key level right there. No interest in shorting that, just as an FYI, no interest in shorting that. I would just wait for the retracement and then look for add backs. Looking at this as a true wave 1 from this level, I feel like that was a good exit. You know, for some of us, we hit some key levels in that area. Good profits in that zone. Now we just wait for the retracement, see if we can get another bounce inside those areas. If you're feeling dangerous and you want to short that area, then by all means, but it is a wave B. It needs to break that level for continuation. Nice. Talk about snipe. Talk about snipe. Click, clack, boom. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I'm prepared for Rose to get back into these zones. Maybe flush that area, move a little bit higher. I'm prepared for it. I've already taken profits on that. Look at that. Perfect rejection. Perfect TP area. Congratulations, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies. I don't know if there's any females in here. If there are, welcome. Beautiful TP. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Beautiful TP. Yeah, we got a 9 failure on Rose. So just, continue to scalp that. You got a perfect 9 on ETH. Your lead up phase is showing a 2, which is fine. So I would expect some type of retracement. I really want to be focused here on this like 2940 area. Because from the 1362, son of a gun, 1362 setup that I have over here, this was a key level, 2948. Yes, we did wick below it here in this area, and we're starting to reject this zone that sits right over here where peak wave 1 was at. So we want to see if we can maintain this level, maintain this fib level. If we can maintain that fib level, then we should be going much, 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 much higher. But in the event that we're wrong and it goes lower, then you've taken profits, and then you're looking for these lower handles over here. It would invalidate a wave 1, and then it's just kind of rinse and repeat, start that all over again. See if we get an impulse up, a thrust, measure that out, give us a wave 2, see if we can bounce off a wave 2, and then we would measure a wave 3. You build a scalp short on ETH if you built it there. I did not. I'm just saying that out loud in the event that maybe some of you guys wanted to or did. But that's what I'd be looking at. We did 257 on ETH. We did 86 on River. We did like over 200 on Rose. Rose still printing for us. Yeah, see, there it is. Took some profits off of Rose, just as an FYI. I'm prepared for this thing to move right back up into that area. I want to see if it taps into here first. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, man, if that thing sank all the way down to here, that would be insane. What did BTC do? BTC's back over 90. So it's just as long as we can maintain those levels, as long as we don't make new lows, then you know, ETH has a probability of going much higher. And now some of these other coins look like Dusk. Dusk is coming up now. I want to see what Dusk gives us. I don't trust this box, to be honest with you. I wanted to short that, but look, that would have been a scalp. So I have a feeling Dusk is probably going to try to push right back into this level. 29s, maybe even 30s. It's been just sitting somewhat dormant. So we're going to wait on Dusk. I only wish I added more to River. That's okay. Dusk, I got my eye on you, Dusk. I got my eye on Dusk. We just booked another hundo on Rose. We're getting closer there, boys. 3 away. 3 away. Keep going, Rose. Keep doing it, Rose. Small sell signal. Might get some divergence on that. I took some profits on that Rose move that you see right there. That's a 9. There's a 9 failure there. So I'm about 90% sure we revisit this area. If not, we clear this high at some point. What does that look like on a 21 minute? Yeah, you got a 5 and a 6 that sits there. 34, yeah, so we'll definitely revisit that area. You got a 7 that prints there. Yeah, that's pretty aggressive. So I'm gonna go ahead and take some profits here off of Rose. Take a little bit more off of that. And we're good. We're good. Stripped the majority of all these positions. Just different volume that's on those exchanges. Different people that are trading those, so you'll see some differentials on there. I think this one's on Bybit. Actually, I should find the one that's on Bytenix, just so I have a little bit more accuracy. See, these are the type of things I can literally just get up, walk away, and be good. As a matter of fact, you know what? I'm gonna make myself some food. Be right back, guys. Hopefully, you guys took some profits on that rose. So see, it bounced. See how it's bounced right off that fib. ETH doing the same thing. Glad we took profits. So now we're just gonna wait for this retracement to see what gives. 29.44 even out. Oh man, I think there's a shaved head right here. Actually, I'm not even gonna do that by hand. I'll just put on the indicator for us. Oh no, I don't have a shaved bottom there. Okay. Okay, say less. So let's look for that level. Let's look to see if this level can hold. I have a trend line here that I was working with. We had some liquidity that tapped into it. So there's a spider line, if you will, here that sits inside this area. So let's see if we get a flush into that, or if we get another flush and maybe get a double bottom on that. Yep. I expect Rose to fully pull back into that. I feel like dusk is just baiting me, so I'm not even paying attention to it really. Actually, I'm gonna set an alarm on this. I don't think I have an alarm. There's an alarm. And see USDT pulling right back up over here in this area. It does have a 9, so we really got like 8 more minutes left on that. Let's see what that looks like. See if it pushes back up first, and then once it pull right back down. Yeah, they're gonna probably induce some of these longs over here. And then we'll see a flush on the other side. That's what's up. That's what's up. Glad you guys are being profitable. That's what I love to see. Some of you guys are missing it. Some of you guys are sidelined. That's okay. That's okay. Just a quick reminder, if any of you guys are going to trade with me on Bytunix, you can escalate your VIP status for cheaper fees, trading fees to VIP 3. Just be sure to send me your UID and I'll get it taken care of for you. Nice fart? What? No, bro. It's my chair. I got manners, dude. Let's take a look. River is actually moving right now. That's decent. I like River. Let's see. We got a couple that opened up at 3026, so right on this level, right over here. We got a couple that opened literally just now. We got a couple that are longing it too. Let's look at the short positions. Yeah, 3026. Got a good couple of them. 3040. You got a good amount of shorts that opened in that area. Yep. Rose is having a little bit of a flush, which is good. Now it's just a waiting game. Now it's just a waiting game. Now we get to the point where we just wait. Let me grab my food real quick. Amen. Yeah, Rose is just trying to maintain this area over here. Probably gets like another sweep above. Let's go look at that weekly real quick. Yeah, that's a pretty large box. I just scratched the nose of it, if that makes any sense.
Look at me. Look at me.
Yeah, see all these levels over here. So I would be prepared for this fib level right over here to get tapped into, maybe even inside of these zones or rows, just to clear this 9 on a 13-minute. GG's to you if you opened up a short on ETH. Pretty strong candle on that on USDT with a 9. Rose is good. Rose looks good here for the time being. Perfect world, we can get down into these levels. A nice flush. I think everyone's seeing the same thing I'm seeing. Actually, is there a shaved bottom on that? There's no shaved bottom there. Okay, I was seeing if there's a shaved bottom that's out over here. And so let's go. Which is 19. That's what we're looking for. River looks good. This looks like a C correction for Rose. Or it could be an A, really. I don't want to overly commit to Rose here at this area. Like if it can tap into here, then I'll probably look for full TPs. But I have a feeling we revisit this area, to be honest with you. Almost kind of makes you want a long rose, but eesh. Yeah, rose will start pulling back up over here in this area. That's a good TP for me on that. TP'd on river again, just because we keep tapping into that 41 level, that fib level. So just going to be stripping some profits off of that as well. Yeah, this area needs to get flushed. You got some people stepping in here, looking along that zone. And it could work out for them. Maybe they get a push all the way up into those levels. Rose finished a TD9 on, yeah, with a 9 lower. Yeah, good catch, good catch. Yeah, tapped right into that 7-6, so maybe A and then B and then C, or maybe get an A with an extension level up higher into a C. Good catch, good catch. I'd love to see it flush that area. But I already took profits on that short. I literally just have a runner going. Yeah, I feel like they're inducing. I think they're going to get a bigger flush down. I think they're going to get a flush down into here. Now we just wait. Wait for everything to mature. ETH kind of stalling out right there. Yeah, it's going to induce both sides, shorts and longs. A, B, and C. X, A, B, C. That's one way to look at it. That's on a 1 minute though, of course. Same thing for River. River's just bouncing off those areas. So, you know, sometimes you guys ask me like, you know, how do you determine like TPs or where to exit, things like that. Like once it gets to like some mathematical areas, then I'll just start taking profits until proven otherwise, if that makes any sense. Bro, I'm not passing gas on here. It's literally my chair. You guys are weird. I'll literally get up and excuse myself and use the restroom. Some of y'all just don't have manners. Jeez Louise. See? My chair. It's the chair. I actually want to expand that a little bit deeper into this fib level. Eat more beans? You guys are weird. I don't know. I didn't eat any beans though. But since you guys want to know like what my positions are, I'll just be sure to let you know when I have a bowel movement. It's a joke. I'm not gonna do that. What's your position? I'm on the toilet. Trying to match the move in the market. What did we say? That's 24. Yes, definitely TMI. Now we want ETH to kind of cool down here, to be honest with you. Like for it to be healthy. For it to be healthy. Man, I'm disappointed in Dusk. I had good hopes for that one. We had a good run on that one. Just not getting the levels that I want again. Either accumulation or distribution. Pump up, you know, so pump down. So this is like distribution in this area. I wanted one just little hi-ya into this zone. That would have been ideal. Hey Rose, I'm waiting for you. I'll keep my profits on you, or you're gonna run it up. Run all those shorts. Or excuse me, run all those longs. Push, 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 push.
Look at me.
There it is.
Look at me.
Tapped right into that box again. Needed to really sink below that, to be honest with you. It did sweep some of those little lows on a 1 minute. That was on a 1 minute though. Actually, no, wait. Oh yeah, it is different on Bybit versus Bytunix. Bytunix swept those lows. Bybit didn't. Maybe I'll adjust that. I'll sync it globally so I can put Bytunix on there. Come on down. Water's warm. Should probably really open this up to here, to these fib levels. Catch all that. Pretty wide level. In a perfect world, I want to see that area swept. That feels like inducement for ETH. They're just trying to goad longs. Maybe get a little push up, which we're already positioned, but that feels like inducement. River just needs a flush, man. Good old flush. On 1 minute on river. Yeah, I'll check that out. Yeah, should sweep. Dusk is driving me bananas. If you're bullish on Rose, you needed to hold this area if you're long, and then stretch back up and make a new high. We'll be ready for you. It's a pretty wide range.
Look at me. Look at me.
Come on, Rose, you can do it. Flush. Flush them.
Look at me. Look
Yeah, River's back inside that box. If River can't flush this green box that we have marked out, then obviously look to start taking profits here in this area. It's printing a 12 on a Lido phase, which is showing that this trend, at least on a 1 minute, is running into a form of exhaustion. Same thing with Rose, on your shorts. This is the boring phase. This is the boring phase. All the moves happened. A lot of people took their profits. Everyone's just kind of sitting. You got a lot of people that are going to be sitting sidelined. Remember, for Rose, Rose, we anticipate to get into this red box over here. So I believe we're on a 13-minute. Yeah, we expect that to get a little bit higher. go and start attacking that zone. That's why it's important for you to look at taking profits, at least from a TD9 sequential perspective. You know, the better data is on the higher time frames, but the moves will happen first on the lower time frame. So those areas are what we're looking at on lower time frames. Yeah. I'm not hating on you, big dog. I'm happy for you, bro. You got a good long. You still be sitting some good profits on that. Maybe hedging your short against it. I mean, I like to utilize a couple different indicators. So I mean, that's why I utilize premium, and also the scripts that I write that are invite only. It's got to be on a premium page in order to have invite only. So kind of forced to go to premium for myself, but you know, if you're just looking at you know, something budget wise, I think a plus plan works. Just depends on how many indicators you like to utilize. I like to use a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I have roughly like 17. All of these that I've written, I don't have them all on at the same time. I just like to flip through them and kind of give my bias a little bit more confirmation. That's what's up. Good.
Look at me. Look at me.
Yeah, River just tapped right into that box. Good job, River. Good job, River. Can you sweep it? Ah, it tapped right on the bottom, double bottom on that. I'm gonna take a little bit more profits off of that. Where's River? Where's my River? Ah! Where's my River?
Look at me.
All right.
Look at me.
Nice sweep. Yes. Wherever this candle finishes at.
Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
Feels risky taking a hedge on ETH. Is it even worth it though? No.
Look at me. Look at me.
Good on River. So we did a hundo on River, 257 on ETH, did a hundo on Rose. Probably gonna take a pause here on ETH. I mean, not ETH, on River. Actually, you know what? I'll hold. I'll wait for another ad back. I'll just hold. I'll just hold. I wanted to do something risky on ETH to look at a short, but I didn't pull the trigger on that. So just easy moves, easy moves. Easy moves here. Hundo here. On river. ETH 257. Rose 103. Easy moves. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't open on ETH there. I think ETH will probably try to sweep this. It's that wave B. Let's see if we can get into this area. See if we can sweep this area. Then I'll consider looking at some shorts inside this zone right over here. 3072. I'm gonna set a limit in that area. Yeah, I'm gonna consider this over here. There's a liquidity pocket that sits right over there. I really want to see Rose flush. That would be ideal if it can flush somewhere around here. We got 5 minutes left on this candle. That's an on the stomach candle, which is relatively bullish. And there's how much time left on that? 21. There's 4 minutes left on that. So I got about 2 more sessions. Let's see what that gives us. Bear flag on low time frame. What time frame you got? Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I see what you're looking at. You're looking from here to here, and here to here. Yeah, descending broadening wedge. Could also be a flag too, yeah. Oh shoot, I closed the wrong tab. Son of a gun. I closed the chat by accident, my bad. There we go. All right, new session here for Rose, I believe on a 21 minute. It's coming here soon. Wrong pair. I had 2 minutes left on that. Yeah, and ETH just printed a 7 and an 8 here, so that 9 should probably put us right over there. So I feel a little bit better about that. I see River has that little push up too. It's that easy, guys. Just, you know, you see those levels starting getting marked off. You see those levels starting to hit. You take profits. I got another minute on that. Okay. See what that matures like. Flush down or push up, one of the two. And you got a shape bottom on that too. Yeah, I'd wait for E to get into this area over here. Come back and retest that high on that candle. I think on a 377, it still has another 3 hours left on that. Yeah, so it's got a good amount of time. So if you shorted that area, you know what I mean? Like, just, I'd either consider taking some profits on that, or if you're not short in that position, just wait for that high. And that's essentially going to be a scalp short for me. All right, I'll be right back. Now I have to use the restroom. I'll spare you the details, but I'll be right back. Yeah. One, two, don't need that. There's that new candle. Ideally want to kind of see it sweep into those areas. River's pushing, that's good. And look at Dusk. Dusk is just holding that area. It's been holding that area for a day now. Just maintaining that level.
Look at me.
It's inside that box. Ideally want to see it sweep that area. It's a perfect world for us. Yep. Tapped right into that fib level.
Look at me. Look at me.
River's about to print the 9 here. We're looking for a flush here. Like, we're looking for a flush to get down into these levels 19. Some change. Looking for reactions on these fibs. If it decides to bounce, if I need to close short completely, and then wait for it to revisit the higher highs. Well, based on how quick I was, you can make that assumption. You guys are funny. You guys enjoying the streams? You guys enjoy kicking it here? Music all right? How you guys living? Possibly.
Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
Looking for a reaction for Rose, somewhere around the 23 handles. Just still holding that short. Taking some profits off it, but just holding it. 23 all the way up to like 24 if this thing decides to go gangbusters. Next level underneath is going to be down here, which ideally that's what I'm looking for, is a sweep down into these levels. It's maintaining this level thus so far.
Look at me. Look at me.
Got some likes in the chat. Music's good on the rewind. That's what's up. I see ETH is holding this area here, which kind of tells me like if it was going to drop, it would have dropped already. So I'm thinking there's a bunch of shorts that are piling on over here, high leverage, and they'll get a squeeze into this zone. I see River loves this area.
Look at me.
River loves that area. A little bit higher, River. A little bit higher. A little bit higher. Come on, Rose. You can sweep it. People are just aping in on longs, man. That should be enough for you to move it. Yeah, sweep me into here. There we go. Should get it now. Should come here relatively soon. Keeps bouncing up that 707. River actually pushed up. Man, I missed that one. I didn't catch it. Dang it. It's printing the 7, so I'll be cautious on that.
Look at me. Look at me.
I want to see what happens to River on that trend line, that purple trend line. I was setting an alarm for it too.
Look at me. Look at me.
I'm gonna go check out River real quick, see if I can actually add on that. That's gonna be extremely risky, but I'm gonna see if I can get an ad on there.
Hey.
USDT's back at 6.19. So Rose should look to flush. River should look to flush. ETH should probably get a little pop up into the zone. Got an 8 printing on that. Maybe it gets a little bit higher.
Look at me. Look at me.
ETH pushing up. That's good.
Look at me. Look at me.
All right, we got movement now.
Look
A
at
nice 8 that printed on that.
me. Look at me.
an 8, so I gotta wait for that 9. I want to see what that 9 does. That 9 is actually going to be lower or higher. Yeah, there's that 9. Let's see what this 9 gives us. Gives us a decent little push.
Look at me.
It's testing that trend line again. Right back.
Look at me. Look at me.
Decent rejection. That's what we're looking for. There you go, River. Rinse and repeat. You just gotta wait for it. Just gotta wait for it. Now I just need Rose to do the same thing. Yeah, ETH should get a little push here, man. Come on. Come on, ETH. Yeah, it's gotta flush those. Yeah, it keeps testing that 30, 30, 24, 30, 30 area. That's why I think it's probably going to squeeze into this area. You know, I have a limit there, but just in case. Here. Go ahead and just remove that for right now. We'll do that manually. I'll enter and I'll market order into that one. River's probably going to try to test this red box again. Come on, Rose.
Look at me. Look at me.
Rose just gobbling up that area. Feels like accumulation inside that zone. They just want to see it flush, man. I see that's a pretty aggressive pull. Just gonna try to sweep these. Lower high on that one. A river.
Look at me. Look at me.
Man, river might actually just push. Be careful on river. Be very careful here on river.
Look at me. Look
Yeah,
at me.
testing that line again. It's gonna get into this red box. That red box is a pretty key area.
Look at me. Look at me.
Rose pushing back up. It's kind of what we're looking for on Rose. I feel like River's gonna push into this. So just be careful on that, guys.
Look at me. Look at me.
Hey. Hey.
Look at Rose going. Rose has an agenda, boy.
Hey. Hey.
You just want to see a pump? Yeah. Yeah, we'll be ready for it.
Hey. Hey.
Focusing on River here. I want to see what River's going to give us.
Hey. Hey.
Yeah, this red box. I'm just dialing down on it a little bit more. Yeah, I fully expect it to get back inside this box. This trend line's going to become liquidity, so it's not even going to be needed. I don't need the alarms anymore. $45, something with a 45 in front of it.
Hey. Hey.
I've seen this move before on charts where it starts scalloping here at the top. Dusk was doing that right over here. Yeah, it's going to get into that 45 area. Just wait. And this thing looks like it wants to squeeze all the way up to 48. And those are some exhaustion candles here on a 4 hour. I promise I'm not fading you, bro. I'm rooting for you. Yeah, I think this thing's gonna go for 48.
Hey.
Rose looks good. It tapped her into those boxes yet? Just shy of it. Just shy of it. Come on. Get up there. Rose has a good push. It's a good push on Rose. Yeah, River. I'm looking for River to just have a massive squeeze here now.
Hey. Hey.
Look at me. Look at me.
Looks like it's tapping into that box. It's approaching it. It's rejecting off that fib level. Rejecting off of this fib right here. Let's look at this on a lower time frame. It's printing a 2. That's kind of dangerous. Yeah, it's gonna flex. It's gonna flex. Tapped right into it and came down. Son of a gun. Try to enter into that.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side.
Dust tapping right into that same line. There was an imbalance that sat over here. It was like on a 13-minute. Just it loves this line. Finally cleared some imbalance inside this area. But now watch it move up. Watch dust move up. Yeah, you gotta be real careful on shorts here. Looks like everything's gonna squeeze. Glad I didn't short that area for ETH. That was just, it just looks like a squeeze coming. Everything's getting pumpy. River's my main focus right now. I'm gonna see what we can get on River. Yeah. So trend is running into exhaustion, but you could always see an exit pump on that and just see a massive push up to the upside. I mean, if River can get back down to 39 in that area and sweep this area, that would be ideal. What happened, Rose? Yeah, looking at wave 3 and then going into wave 4. But it's just a matter of if wave 3 is actually done for River. You know, looking at it from a 4-hour perspective. You know, an entire move up like that. So I had 3 here. Actually, I had this measured out as a wave 5. So looking for an ABC on it. I had that pegged for a wave 5. If we breach those highs, then my wave count is off. My wave count is wrong. Then wave 3 essentially wasn't done. But we had some retracement, so that's why I was like, that looks like a wave 4, and we're going into a wave 5. That's scaling up. That's concerning to me. And that's a pretty big pull up from that level. maybe 1, 2. That's pretty good. Impulsive 3, and then looking at this as 5. You know, topping out somewhere inside these areas. But if it just keeps impulsing, then my wave count is off. My wave count is wrong. What happened, Rose? Rose coming back down. Okay. Can you sweep that area? That'd be fantastic.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Look at me. Look at me.
Hey.
Double top on a 1 minute for river. Let's see if that holds. Had a double top here. Came right back into that same box again.
Hey. Hey.
Oi, big moves. Yeah, extends to 49. Yeah, I got similar levels. If I look at a 4 hour for river, I got 1.41. My fibs are relatively different, but we're coming up with the same levels, ideally. Looks like a pullback after the break. Well, actually, was a break of structure. I'm gonna go here to a 21 minute for it. Yeah, it's got some more juice in it.
Hey. Hey.
No short open on ETH for me yet. I'm just waiting for Rose to finish that area.
Hey. Hey.
Yeah, good little pump on Rose so far. Looking at this inside this box for Rose, I've closed already vast majority of it, like 85% of my Rose short so far. I want to see if we can get a flex into this area because the weekly, we still have some time left on that weekly. River, it's really tapping into some of these exhaustion levels. That's this red box. If it decides to take that box, then obviously we're going to 48. I look at that level. For Rose, yeah, Rose needs a higher high. It clears that imbalance. That's why I closed like 85% of mine.
Look into my eyes and show me adventures I haven't seen. Taking all the light
Perfect world if River can get to 35. I don't think it gets there in one fell swoop. I think that's going to take some time to develop. From a 4 hour perspective, still got 2.5 hours left, or a little bit over 2 hours left inside of this candle, inside this session.
Hey.
I'm just going to hide this for now. I don't know what ETH is doing here. I don't know what's going on with ETH. That just looks like no trades really. River's on that same shenanigans too.
Test the waters, ooh, it's hot. I think we're getting close. Racing through the waves, I want to be where nobody knows. Take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made up, baby, that's made of all the love we find. Electric, feel it in your hands. Hypnotic, watch your body stand. Happiness, this is what we
Well, they're waiting for both sides, to be honest with you. They're taking out both sides on altcoins. Taking out both sides. Taking out shorts, taking out longs, you name it. And market makers look like they've entered into the market.
I can't believe the night lay waste to all we'd given.
Man, I really wanted to see the flush, but that's okay. Bounce off a fib. And so next level, come a little higher. I think it was on a 13 minute that we were looking at. Yeah, it had 9 failure on a 13 minute. So we'll view it from a 13 minute because that's where they're going to give us our bias. Huron River, I think on a 21 minute we were printing a 3. Where were we printing a 9 though?
Hey,
You've gotta know nothing lasts forever.
And this thing's running hot.
hey, hey.
There it goes. It's inside the box.
I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And I love us honesty. I can push it back
Go River.
if I have to. If you want me to, 'cause we can
That's what we were looking for. 48 next for river. That's what I was saying. That thing looked like it was brewing for a pump. Reaching extension levels. All right, River, what do you want to do here? Manu high. It's good. Running hot. See, that wave doesn't make any sense. So then I got to remeasure this and look at this as 1, 2, and then this is 3, and then it's going to go into a 4. So I would actually do this. 5 is somewhere over here, and then 4 somewhere over here. So then I need to redo this harmonic for us. Let's measure that out real quick. That's a super big wave 3. I don't even have the time to measure that, to be honest with you. But I will measure wave 4. I'm gonna take this harmonic off just because we don't need it anymore right now. I'm gonna redo the TPs for this, remeasure the ABC, and then we'll go from there. Where did my wave 4 go to? What was my wave 2? I need to remeasure wave 2, see if that was flat or sharp. But let's just look at some pre-fib levels. Yep, I could see it going to 30 and then having continuation. Let's look at that. My gosh, could you imagine River going to 80? Holy shnikes. Holy shnikes. Damn, that's actually higher if it bounces off of there. But we need to measure wave 2 real quick to see what this was like, so we can get an idea as far as what those characteristics look like. Let's just say wave 2. So it came into relatively sharp levels, just shy of that 0.76. Let me make sure I'm actually on the fib, on the trend line. So just shy of that 0.76. So I'm going to categorize that as a sharp. So take that off, take that off. Don't need that. Don't need that. So just shy of that, so maybe like a 707. Yeah, a 707. So sharp on that. So then that's going to open up the door for flat levels or river. I want to put a 0.236 on here. So this thing is going to boom when it gets to that level. So 0.236 would be here. That would put it at, sheesh, 128. Holy cow. Yeah, we need to see what happens here in these areas, because that looks like a clear wave, wave 3 of that area, and then we got a wave 4 in that zone. We got some extension levels based on that, so I'm gonna get rid of that. I did short river, just if anybody's curious. I did shorted river on that impulse up to the upside. I'm gonna actually leave this on. I'm just gonna hide it for right now. All right. It's inside this structure right over here. That's gonna have a baby ABC. That's a baby ABC, which I don't like any of that. I need price action to finish developing for me here. Right now, this is what I'm looking at. I'm just gonna look at a wave 4 coming into these levels. It's a strong sell signal. Mind you, that's on a 4 or 2. It's a higher time frame. Something we can live with. We really got to see if this wave 3 is done. I have indicators that are pointing towards divergence and sell signals that are appearing. ADX is at a pretty strong level. It's at a 58 right now. Lower levels. I'll get to ETH here in a second. As you can see right over here on my chart, at 618 levels, like 29.42, if it can maintain that level. Let's see if Rose can hold this, maintain this trend line, and get its push up. If not, it's going to come and try to sweep these areas right over here. Sweep that fib.
Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night. Race all of these broken dreams in flight. And we'll fly.
River's gonna go insane. River's going to go insane. That thing's gonna go gangbusters. Just need to see signs of weakness here on it, and that can give us confirmation that, you know, we can build that short properly. I'm still holding that same area, so don't fully trust it. I already scalped out some of that short, just as an FYI. I took like 40 bucks off of that. Somebody was asking about ETH. So I'm looking at this, you know, this being a wave one, then coming down into these levels over here for wave two, possibly even here as far as wave two. I was really anticipating this liquidity pocket being taken. I was interested in shorting that area for a wave one and then coming down to these zones. We could still get in that area. We're just kind of like floating around inside this zone. But that's what I'd be looking for on ETH.
Hey. Hey.
I don't have any shorts open on ETH right now. And we'll probably end up revisiting this area again. My main focal point right now is going to be river. Because what I'm looking at is, I'm looking at, you know, this obviously, clearly it's a wave three. You know, you have an uptrend. Just follow the line, you have an uptrend. I anticipated this to be our wave three and then four, and then this being a five. But being that we pushed up higher, we had to adjust our count. So that this is extremely bullish if it comes to like 36 bounces and decides to go higher. Like the target can be either a double top, you can have truncation, or if it goes into, you know, classic levels. So let's actually do a wave 5 on that so we can get an idea as far as fib level what that looks like. Make sure we're actually on the line on that. And let's go ahead and move that over.
Hey.
Yeah, see that all that kind of lines up. It comes down a little bit deeper to here. or it comes down to flat levels. Our previous level was like 707, so even this would be considered flat. That would be juicy. Coming down to 19, and then having another push up into one of these levels. That's really what I would be looking for on river. Maybe 74, somewhere in that area. I think 128 was just being a little bit too aggressive. Rose needs to maintain those levels. Yeah, I've already taken profit here on river. So I shorted here, set a stop loss here at 12, which I've already taken profit, so I'll be in profit if I get stopped out. I'm okay with that. That's really what I'm looking for on that. Trying to keep the charts here so you can see what I'm looking at. I don't care about dusk right now. Dusk is annoying. I really care about Rose and River. Top of wave 1 is over here, so if this thing decides to get super deep, yeah, that would be kind of scary. I don't know if any of you guys shorted that. What about high time frame on ETH? This is the thesis that we have over here. So, and then we have a harmonic that sits over here. So we're managing it from the lower time frame, seeing if we get a push into here, then a retracement back down. Rose wants to come back into those levels. Rose at 25. It's somewhere way up here in that area. I mean, that would clear the imbalance that we have. I mean, we've got an imbalance that sits right over here on this 13 minutes. So that's really what we're viewing, waiting for that imbalance to get filled. Dusk still doing the same thing. Can't really do anything with Dusk today. Dusk is just on like this pause break, if you will, just kind of bouncing this area. I have no interest in longing it here. I did have an interest in shorting it here. I just missed my short opportunity for that. So I need to get back onto River because River's pushing back up again here on these lower time frames.
Look at me.
Jack it up.
Look at me.
What the heck was that on Rose? That was weird. It flexed out, came back down. That was weird. I don't think Rose is completely topped out here. You know, is really going to see what Asia wants to bring to the market for us. I'm aiming for Rose to go higher, kind of do something very similar to what River just did. And ETH just to kind of take a pause down to like 29.42 inside that area. It maybe comes a little bit lower, so I'm looking at this as, like I said, we're looking at this as a wave 2 inside that zone. Let's go back to that 4 hour real quick. Let's measure out see if we can get a pattern out of this. I mean, A, you can get a B, maybe get a C, and then get a D going that way. It doesn't have to be exactly right there. Let's put a fib zone on that real quick. So maybe somewhere over here, maybe over here. Let's just say over here. Okay. And I mean, we can get a really big harmonic if we go that way. If we go this way from this pivot to here. You know, some bouncing right here doesn't make any sense, but to get a wave B, I mean, that goes pretty deep if we go that way. I'd have to stretch that out a little bit. But then wave B could actually come a little bit deeper into this pocket right here. And then I'm pretty sure that would be like a 0.88 or something, or 0.76. Yeah, somewhere in that area. For wave 4, which is deeper than here, so it'll be sharp. I'm just speculating on that. Well, you know, it's got a lot to do in order to create something like that. ETH is back on the move down, so I'm not going to get my short entry level. So I'm going to look for my long back on that one. I've stripped it all the way down. I think literally have like a $1 margin on that. I mean, we can come deeper. That would make more sense too. A wave 4 into that, and then where do I put this? Then that would give us something like truncation in that area, or maybe a double top. Ooh, I like that. Kind of like that. Yeah, I like that. So then where would I get a retracement to? I'll probably reach extension levels, or I'll reach something like this. Maybe a little bit higher, but let's just say that for right now. I'm gonna take this 0.236 off. I don't think we bounce. I think maybe we get some turbulence in that area, but I don't think we get a full-on bounce in that area. 0.382 was a resistance area. We could test that. 0.5, not so much. 618 for sure, but then we have this space over here that really hasn't been retested, so that kind of opens the door for here. So 0.32 is going to be extremely bullish. That's just essentially flipping a resistance area back into support, and then we'll get these pushes into this level. I can't really get a decent harmonic out of that if I look at it from that perspective. I mean, I could, but then my wave D is going to be a little bit higher up. I think it's going to move sideways a little bit. All right, so ETH is taking out those longs, people that are trying to long that area. Okay. Running pretty hot here, swept these highs, that's good. Let's go ahead and let's add a box to that, so we know what we're looking at here. Okay. Rose is struggling. Rose might go for a sweep. That's what the way Rose looks like to me right now. Which I'm totally game for because I still have the short running on that. A smaller amount, but it's just kind of like principle, if that makes any sense. I think Rose has had its fun. All right, brother. See you soon, man. Much love, bro. Oh, you're very welcome, man. Appreciate the love. Appreciate the feedback, man. Thank you, guys. Yeah, it's all about reaction, guys. You know what I mean? Like how you react to these moves. You know, sometimes you can be wrong. I mean, on my river, my wave 3 wasn't accurate, so I just had to adjust for that. I mean, that's a strong wave 3. I mean, this did come to wave 3 levels potentially, but then we had to push up here. That's a pretty big wave 5. That wave 5 looks like it's a little bit more intense. So I'm just making those adjustments, saying, you know, this is going to be my wave 3, wave 4, and then I get a wave 5 somewhere back over here. But when you're trading, that's what comes with the territory. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. You just got to adjust accordingly. Yeah, Rose is going to come back into that box and take some trendline liquidity off of that. It's flirting with that box again.
Look at me.
Yep.
Look at me.
Rose is back inside that box again. Looking for it to sweep that area. Loves that 707. Rose is in love with that 707. Maybe it gets a higher low here. But ideally it would be to just sweep that zone. An aggressive push down. Boom. I feel like everybody's long in that area. Yeah, that's right. Got to be like water. Be like water. Be like water. Yeah, tap that 707 again.
Look at me.
And I'm going to drop it down just a little bit to like right over here.
Look at me. Look at me.
Yeah, the rose short should be relatively decent right here. It's really getting into, once we start breaking these highs again, that's when I'd get a little nervous saying, okay, well, where's this thing going to go? Look at Dust. That's just maintaining that area. Dust is like, I'm not going down. I don't care what you say. River's just kind of moving sideways here, really, on a 1 minute. Looks like distribution inside that level. That's what it looks like. You know, Rose getting back to 22 or above 22 would be the move. ETH hasn't even touched, 38% of that fib level. I'll put a 0.236 on there just so we can see, but that's very uncommon for wave 2, to be honest with you. Yeah, see, it's floating around in that area, so I wouldn't trust that. Dang it. Nah. On a 1 minute, it has a 9 failure for River. That don't look good. That's not a good look. And it's got a, so 1, 2, 3, 4. It's literally got to crawl back to 43 to change that setup phase. I don't know if that's going to happen before it goes up higher. I'm going to go ahead and strip some profits off of that. Rather be in profits on that than round trip to that same area. Yeah, that would be ideal. I feel like the whole move was already completed when we had that pump up. That was just a squeeze for shorts. River, I'm like just hesitant on. I'm just taking profits on that. I don't fully trust that move. I don't think it's done yet. I think it's still got a little bit more juice in it. So it's just kind of like flirting with those areas. Again, let's go back to 4 hour for River. Yeah, it's inside this box. I'm actually going to move this up just this a little bit like that, just like so. That was the previous high. All this is liquidity that it's hunting inside that area. And so I'm going to work with that. fully expect us to be back inside this area again. Equal highs on what now? I didn't catch that. 30.43. Oh, yeah, right around there, yeah. Yeah, Rose is gonna come down. Rose is probably not gonna come to my levels first. It's probably gonna sweep all of these longs here in this area, and then come down to probably like 19, and then make a decision. Just looking at, I'm basing that off of a 13-minute, mind you. You know, there's a loss of strength. If I go over to like a 21, you know, it's a more loss of strength. Still has some strength left in the tank here on a 55. We have a 9 failure inside that zone. So if it's going to make a move, it would have to be relatively somewhere, you know, here or the next session in the next like 13 minutes or so. That's really what it needs to start making some decisions. There it is. There's the sweep that we're looking for. Keep coming. Keep coming a little bit lower. Tap into that 21. Tap into that 21. ETH has that drop, just fine. That's what we're waiting for. And you do have an engulfing here. There's 12 minutes left on this. Let's see how that closes, because then that's going to be a reversal, but that could be a short-term reversal. Just flushing out longs here in this area. Yeah, ETH needs to come lower. 29.42 to about 29.12. That's what I'm looking at. We longed earlier ETH today right around like 28.76 inside of these areas, right inside of these zones. We started longing these areas. We do have a 9 failure though. We do definitely have a 9 failure, so we got to be careful about that, especially with longs. Because this thing can always just flush right down to here, and then we got to restart again. So 28.38. That'd be like the next level that I'm looking at for ETH. land. Change to daylight. I think it's just all about holding at this point from shorts on rows. Just holding until we get some signs of weakness that, you know, bears can't push it down any further. Same thing for river. Same thing on ETH, like all that. I think we're just kind of like in a holding pattern right now, guys. So, you know, it's very late in the day, but it's early for Asia market. So if you plan on trading Asia market, you know, you're right on time, if that makes any sense.
Look at me. Look at me.
Rose is back inside that box. Boy, oh boy, that feels like River is just trapping people right now. If you look at it on a 1 minute, that just looks like it's just straight up trapping. It's trying to build enough shorts in there and just it's going to squeeze the heck out of them. Yeah, I took profits already on that River. I did like 80 on that River short. Can't get overly committed to it. You know, if we revisit this area and we have a lower high, you know, that changes the game for us. You know, then that gives us a little bit more confidence that, you know, we could enter into those shorts or re-enter into those shorts. But it is not the sexiest. A 1 minute on Rose has a doji. The indecision. That could be our sign, our clue that bears are just running into weakness there. They didn't. They did make a new low. They did make a new low. Just a little bit lower. Just a smidge. Can't see it on Bybit, but you can see it on Bytunix. I feel like the most profitable trade thus so far today was Rose and ETH. River, you know, it was profitable. Don't get me wrong. We made some profits on it, but now it's just in this funky stage where it's difficult to hold. It's difficult to long it. It's difficult to short it. It's just one of those. All right, just gotta sit and wait. Wait for further development. Good night, brother. Good night, Solar. Pleasure having you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here, man. Some trading books. Yeah, I have some. I have a link that has like over like 200 different books that are in there. Remind you, like a lot of these books are going to be based off of like stocks, bonds, things like that. You can use the same systems that they're utilizing, but not a lot of them are geared towards crypto. And I'll be honest, I haven't read any books that are geared towards like a strategy that's for crypto. Just being fully transparent. But I can recommend some books. I'll post it inside of my corner here for you guys in the next day or two. Just some things that you can read upon. Yeah, river. River. The river has an equal high on a 1 minute, but I don't trust it just based on where it's at right now. I think river's gonna squeeze a little bit higher. We were looking at a level for a river. I think we had a fib. I think it was this fib. Yeah, it was this fib right over here. And it's sat right around like 49 and some change. Oh man, this is that painful time of the market. Or it's either, you know, accumulating, or you have distribution. It's just that painful part. Look like a dead cat bounce there. Yeah, Rose should sweep, man. It should honestly take out all those longs. Take out all those late longs. Yeah, I got you. Like I said, I'll post in my corner. BTC. Yeah, give me a second. I'll adjust ETH because ETH is actually, you know what? I'll adjust Dusk because Dusk is silly. Yeah, so BTC is mainly holding this line right over here, this fib level, and this zone right over here. Ideally, if we're going to see an upthrust in BTC, then that would probably put us somewhere like around 103. That's how I measured out this wave count, looking at a wave 3 being somewhere around 103. We did have an internal structure that sat right over here. If I could actually open it up. Actually, I can get rid of that box. I don't need that box right now. Right, this swing point to this swing point, so internal structure. And we tapped right into that 0.382, which is relatively pretty bearish. So if it's going to flip, it's got to flip this level, and the next level that I'd look at is roughly around 103 all the way up to like 115. Being more conservative, I'd say like 103 to like 106. But if it loses this level, like adios, like this thing's gonna sink like a rock. River's still holding. And River, I think on a 3-minute, or was it a 13-minute? I had a 9 failure. I had a 9 failure somewhere around here. I don't know where it went. Maybe it was on a 21-minute. Yeah, it changes 1, 2, 3, 4. I need to get back down to here in order to change that setup phase. Woo, look at Rose. Dang, where'd you come from, Rose? Maybe Rose actually takes its run. Nope. Rose said, nope, not today. Come on, Rose, sweep it, man. Put us out of our misery here. Yeah, just a holding pattern. We could probably got like another hour of this, to be quite honest with you. Liquidity never reloaded on CoinGlass. I don't know what's going on with that site. But that was a pretty big pull to the downside earlier in the day. Yeah, we've already taken profits here on River. I took about 50 out of that already so far. So just wanted to see if this area can maintain itself, or if it's going to go a little bit lower first before I can fully TP on that. We'll see. Rose is back inside that box. Need to pay attention to Rose here. See what Rose wants to do.
Like devotion, emptiness.
I got about an hour with you guys. I'll rock with you guys until we get to Asia. Yeah, Rose just swept that box. That's what's up. That's what we were looking for. Now we want to see a reject off that area. That's the move that we're looking for. You see, yeah, now it's rejecting off that box. So that tells me we got deeper targets that it's going to be come after right now. There it is. There it goes. There it goes. Good sweep move. Boom. Nice. Rejected off of there. I'll leave that box there. I'll take this fib off. No longer need this fib. Actually, I'll leave that fib because these are the deeper levels that I'm looking at. Just swept those. Yep. This makes the most sense to me. Coming right back down to 19. Hmm. All right, River. River. Let's see if River can actually tank here. I still think there's a better short opportunity for Rose. So as we had those sweeps, I'm just taking profits off of the short, and then waiting for a better opportunity to come. Maybe that comes during London. Maybe that comes during Asia. I'm not 100% sure. I can't pinpoint that, but I can just tell you as far as what I'm looking for. Nice on River. Nice, 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 nice. Rose, if you want to do the same thing, I'm totally open to that. Let's look at that from a 4-hour real quick. Yeah, we're right back underneath that 1.27 area. So just this over here was just Looks like it was an exit pump. That's what that appears to me. Let's look at Rose on a 4-hour real quick. You got a strong bearish engulfing, but man, it's had some deep pulls anytime it runs down like that. Just be a little hesitant on that. And then River wants to push right back up.
Look at me. Look at me.
Yeah, USDT is just holding that area. You know, 4 back, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4 would be here. So I would not be surprised USDT comes and tries to test this 6.320 area. That would give us our push down that we need for ETH. For us to read long ETH. Like I said, I don't know if we're going to catch it here, you know, here in the next 45 minutes or so. But that's what you want to be looking for. So when we sign off here, if you're still trading, that's what you're looking for. If you're not trading, then we come back tomorrow and we look for some new entries. Being a little bit flexible for you guys. Trading different coins, different setups. This is what it looks like. It's high stress, I'm not gonna lie. Trying to manage, 4 different coins at once or different positions all at once. It's no easy task, but it can be done as long as you're on the sticks. I'll end up most likely just closing everything out around Asia and just kind of just chilling. Good day overall. We went up in profits. P&L went up to about 7 today, so we're 3 away. 704 to be exact. So we're about 3 away. Our weekly target is to hit 1 band within this week. So that's the goal. That's the objective. I'm hoping, showing you here guys live that it's very possible that you could do that with a small account. As long as you're just diligent, right? As long as you're, in and out on those and compounding your wins. You'll take a couple L's here and there. Maybe that wasn't the best entry. As long as you have a tight stop loss and then your bias doesn't change in regards to that, you don't get shaken out saying, oh gosh, well, this thing's going to go much, much higher. And let me start longing or this is going to go much, much lower. And let me start shorting. As long as you kind of stick to your bias and you have your setups, you should be all right. So like if River, for example, River runs to my stop loss, I've already taken like 70 to profit on River. If it runs to my stop loss, it's $2.25. So still be in profit on that. And just treat all your setups just like that. Treat all your trades just like that. Until we get deep levels to the downside or, high levels to the upside, for example, like Rose or River, or even Dusk, those things are pumping. So those make more sense as far as like building swing shorts in those areas. But like ETH doesn't really have swing characteristics, if that makes any sense. It's still inside of this pretty wide range. You know, this range goes all the way up to like 3,900, all the way down to like 2,600 and some change. So that's a pretty wide range. Sure, you could view it as a swing because maybe you're sitting in it for a little while, but I think you'd be better off just compounding your wins and then building like that. How crazy would it be if Rose just boomed all the way to 25? That would be insane. And I wanted to short this area, but didn't pull the trigger on that. Still think we can probably get inside this area on the new day. I mean, that bullet on the 377, that's wrong one. Sorry. 377 on ETH, you know, that's relatively bullish. You know, you still got 48 minutes left in this thing, so you know, this next candle that opens may come down to this level and then push right back up. 1, 2, 3, 4. It would need to close underneath here, which is subsequently right where that 2942 level is at. So coming and testing that TD9 sequential and then moving right back up. So that kind of fits into our thesis for this being a wave 1 and then coming over here being a wave 2. Let's move that over just so we have that for reference down the road. River is saying goodnight. Thanks, River. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I'm gonna TP here some on River. We had a flush down, came to like a support area that actually gave us that pushed into 46. So just taking TPs right there. Did about 82 on that one, and I'm okay with that. That was in the span of maybe about an hour or so. No, I don't care where River goes. I have a runner left on River. If he decides to go down lower, great, fantastic. You know, I'll stay green on that. If it decides to push up and it hits my stop loss, I lose 56 cents. With a profit of roughly 82. And I don't say any of this stuff, guys, to sound braggadocious or nearly to impress you at all. It's just more so impress upon the idea as far as, again, compounding your wins. That's what it looks like. Yeah, BTC can come to 88, 100%. BTC can come to all these levels. I mean, there's no buy signal on it right now, and there's extreme volatility, and that's on a daily perspective. So yeah, BTC can definitely come lower. 100%. Hey, what is that? What's that payout on that? Yeah, if we can just get Rose to go to 25, I think that would be like the juiciest of shorts that we could possibly get into. Because remember, Rose, I mean, we had Rose on from a weekly perspective. This is the idea for Rose. Maybe disregard some of the fibs, but This is essentially what we're looking at. Looking at this being like a wave 1 and then coming down for a wave 2. So I'm sorry, somewhere inside here. So I'll adjust some of those fibs so they don't bleed over onto the weekly. I'll adjust this line right here. That's just short term. That will become liquidity. 100% that will become liquidity. And then let's go back over to that weekly. You know, this is what we're looking for Rose, like hitting some of these levels, then retracing back down into these areas. Can it go a little bit higher first before it decides to make that retracement? Yes, it could always do that. But then the longs would be set up here inside this area. So that's where that green box came from. And then us tapping into these areas to take profits and then shorting it. I think I had a ridiculous area for Rose. 0. I don't know if that comes to fruition. I'm just goofing with that, but we'll see.
Memories die out too hard. We were traveling the mountains, used to find the loudest seas. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
Yeah, Rose looks like it's going to come down a little bit lower here. You can see that trend that it's developing here. Unless that becomes liquidity. All right, but that's actually measuring from the wrong area. Right there. Right over here. See, it's rejecting that zone. So that kind of opens up the door for this to have a nice little flush down to the downside. I could be totally wrong about that, and it just, you know, pumps up, but that's just kind of what I'm looking at here now. I want to see this trend line. Maybe this trend line gets flushed, very similar to this. See, we've skirted on it a couple times here in this area, so maybe a flush down into this zone, which is like 19. Yep, dusk is still in the same spot. Hasn't really moved. Yeah, dusk is untradeable right now, in my opinion. Can't get really anything on that. I will set some alarms for dusk, though. So in the event that I see it move to a certain level. Brain fart here. There you go. Let's look at that 13. I'm just going to set an alarm here on this. So we come back and test that trend line again. I'll put BTC back on here for you guys. There's that 8-8 level that we're talking about. You know, you got a fair value gap that came into this area as well too. So all of this is free game. River looks good. Cry me a river. Good entry on that. Good entry on that. Good entry on that. And good entry. We even had a good entry on Rose too, right? We're just taking profits off of that. I think we had a good entry on Rose. I mean, Rose, we entered our short right around what? 22 and some change. Right inside this green box. So we had some good moves on that. Yeah, River can't hang now. River's getting some good pushes. Let's go. Let's go. You too, Rose. I'm eyeballing you too. Push down. ETH, I got no beef with you. Just do your thing, ETH. I got no beef with the BTC either. My quarrels are with River and Rose. Watch them all of a sudden pump to the moon. Like, oh yeah? Watch this. If any of you guys took the opportunity to use that link that you see pinned at the top of the chat, that's where I'm trading live. If you are taking advantage of that exchange, you can be upgraded to a VIP 3 level, where VIP 3 gives you more discounts on your fees. So if you are taking advantage of that, please be sure to DM me your UID so that way I can make sure that your VIP status is increased. You can send it to me via Discord, or you can send it to me on Twitter, whichever you prefer. Yep, so River's taking that for liquidity. It's taking bottom shorters out right now. Good move up. You can look at it from this perspective too. I mean, there's multiple ways you can really look at it, but short term, A, B. Just spitballing here. That's one way we can look at it. I think if we're going to get a deeper D leg, I'd look for something like that. But then if we're going to go gangbusters on that, actually, you know what? I'll map this out from a higher time frame so we can just get a better view. I'm gonna go over to like an 89. I like messing with an 89 just so I can see what that looks like. Out thrust, out thrust, out thrust. Yeah, this thing should be calming down soon. Can't even get an appropriate fib on that, or harmonic on that. So that kind of tells me that we're going to point towards more highs on that. Let me come back over here. That is a massive wave one if I saw one. You could also go 1, 2, and then we're in a 3, and then getting a 4 down to here. It's just a matter of the 3 is done. But we do have some imbalance that's above, so that's the concerning part. ETH doing its thing. It's fine. See ETH come down to these levels. We got about 30 minutes before Asia cash markets open up. I think we're probably gonna have a wild night. Not shorting this pump on Rose. Just waiting. Just waiting on that.
I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
If anything, maybe Rose comes back and retests that trend line and then moves back up. I don't know, a lot can happen here in 30 minutes. I'm gonna wind out pretty much everything here now. Just wait for Asia. Let's see if Rose can hold that, if it's going to come back down and clear this fair value gap. Or if it's got up only potential right now. Yeah, it should come back down to this 20 area. Nope, Rose is just baiting in longs right now. Yeah, you guys got any questions for me? I try to be proactive inside the chat here. If you got any questions, feel free to ask. Try to help you as best as I can. Yeah, it looks like it wants to come back and test that 21 area, 21 fib level area. Which it looks like there's a shaved bottom there too on a 1 minute. 2116. We got some shaved bottoms on a 1 minute I'm looking at. ETH, just do your thing. Keep coming down. Rose is just playing with people. Rose just playing with people. Yeah, boring part of the day it is, man. Yep, you got the right narrative there. Definitely looking for longs. I think looking for longs makes a little bit more sense. You know, unless you're looking at some of these mid caps, you know, or smaller large caps like River or Rose or anything like that. You know, catching some shorts in that area, just in and out, in and out, in and out. Better moves will probably come tomorrow. Or there actually, I probably bet my bottom dollar better moves will probably come during London. So what almost like I'm doing is just kind of closing out positions, setting an alarm, you know, for like 3 a.m. something like that, 3 a.m. and then checking charts. Just getting ready for the Thursday class. Tomorrow is Thursday, right? Yeah, okay. So Thursday class. Let's see what you guys wanted to learn about. I had a poll in there. It's about risk management. So tomorrow's going to be about risk management. So anybody curious, if you're not part of the Discord, shoot me a DM on Twitter. You can find me there. My handle is right there on my screen. I_am_saint_. I feel like overall good profits for everybody today as far as how we were running risk management, where to take profits, where to be entering, where to set our stops. I feel like that was an overall good day for all of us. If you missed it, it's all good. We'll have more opportunities tomorrow. I'll be on here a little bit later. As far as streaming, I'll be in the Discord first, doing the class. Run that class for about an hour or so, and then we'll be back live here looking at some live trades. Should be in here roughly around when New York cash market opens, which is right around like 9:30 or so. At least that's when I'm going to try to be in here. So I'll have everything set up and ready to go for you guys. And we'll go right back at it, you know, looking at the pairs that we need to be observing, and then building our biases from there. I'm totally okay if River runs right back into my entry. I'm totally fine with that. I'm not going to stress that at all. I already took the profits that I needed to make off of that. That's good. It was a quick move, in and out, in and out. I want to see what develops with Rose here. You know, see if Rose can get back into like 2160 in that area. So just looking at these two swing points, right? This is the cool thing that, in my opinion, that you can use when it comes to fibs. I mean, you can measure fibs almost anywhere if you really want to. You know, I actually add I'll add a 786 on that too. We got a 786 that sits right over here inside this area. So if Rose wants to retrace back down to these levels, it's trying to change the setup phase. But if we see here on a 3-minute here, you know, we have a 9 failure here. So this tells me whether it happens now or later, price action will come back and revisit this area. We also, no, we don't have a 9 failure over there. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. It really needs to reclaim this area just to keep the setup phase instead of a bullish setup phase. ETH back on the push down. I don't have any limit orders set for ETH. I'm really just going to be monitoring this, engaging it by hand. So let's see if this little mini internal structure can hold. If not, it comes down deeper. Still holding that short. Haven't closed that short yet. So just holding that short on rows until, you know, until invalidation, to be quite honest with you.
only by frozen memories. Lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight, and we'll fly. We'll fly away, away, away. Yeah, we'll fly.
I haven't really got a true sell signal on ETH just yet, so that kind of tells me, you know, we have potential that we can bounce inside this zone. I thought this was a shave bottom, but I believe we double checked that. No, it wasn't. Okay, so it was just skinny. Yeah, river may want a little higher. It's very possible. Very, very possible. I think we measured river all the way up to right around like 49, 48, 49 inside that area. So, like I said, I've already taken profits. If it runs me back to my stop loss, I think my stop loss is like at 56 cents. So, it's all good. ETH finally getting that push. See that 382 level, that wouldn't make any sense. So I left it there just so we can observe what occurs there inside that area. We might kind of float around here for a brief moment or two, but the deeper retracements come from this area over here. If it completely flushes and just pushes all the way down, it's going to be inside this area. It's really going to be flushing these zones, which does make sense because we do have a 9 failure. We have a 6 that printed lower than the 8 or 9. So this would be essentially a risky entry level over here. That's why I said I would enter in manually and not set a limit order inside that zone. Because in the event that Asia opens up and just wants to give another high down to this level, no pun intended, but in the event that it wants to run down into these levels, it would basically be flushing these lows from earlier in the day. Rose has some space over here that it can start clearing inside this zone, inside this area. And that puts it at 22 and some change. And then there's one at 24. All the way up to about 25. That would be quite spectacular. If it went all the way to 25. This is why I wanted to try to get some games on here. So when we have this boring downtimes, hey, look at that. Good job, bro. 50%. That's what's up. I would look at 46 to see if we can get to 46, but I have levels all the way up to 48, 49 for river. Yeah, that sideways movement could be reaccumulation inside that zone, inside that area. ETH is dropping pretty aggressively there. So violating that 382 level. Next level is going to be that 0.5. Let's see if it can maintain that 0.5. Same thing for Rose. Rose is kind of like in similarity to River. You know, it's got these little moves up and it's kind of moving sideways. So we kind of moved up. Yes, we did flush these areas over here, but essentially we're kind of moving sideways. So very difficult to short, very difficult to long inside that area, just in my professional opinion. So just waiting. It would be a waiting game. Now we do have a fib level on the higher time frame 1362 that sits right around 2948. So essentially we're coming back and retesting that fib level, not this one per se, but on a higher time frame on a 1362, we have a fib level that we would be testing. Come get me, Rose. I double dog dare you. You think if I taunt it enough, it'll actually go up? You ain't got nothing, Rose. You ain't got nothing. You're soft. You're soft. You ain't got nothing. Right, come back down. I don't want to smell the roses. I'd say let me smell the dump, but that actually sounds inappropriate, so. Calling you out, Rose. Calling you out, Rose. You're not gonna pump. You're not gonna pump. I swear if it pumps, I'm gonna clip this. I'll post a clip. me taunting Rose and then Rose turning around saying, "Oh yeah? Got something for you." There it goes. See? Told ya. Rose is soft. Rose is soft. Rose is scared of my short. Scared of my short. Yeah, it's rejecting off of a 0.5 fib off of this structure right over here. It's a little bit different on Bitunics. I'm on a different screen here, but it's rejecting off that area. I fully anticipate Asia to open up with a dump. And I'm not saying that to, start opening up shorts and position yourself on that. Usually you'll get the opposite, right? So like if you open up with the dump by the end of the session, probably when they change hands into London, you start to see the real moves start to develop. So just be diligent. I'm gonna start winding down here myself, guys. My swing short because I got scared of the Trump announcement. Oh, it's all good. It's all good that you did. So just want to say real quick to you guys again, thank you for being here today. We'll be doing this again tomorrow. Just a quick heads up, there is going to be a giveaway for this channel. Once we cross over that 1,000 subscribers, we're looking to do a $1,000 giveaway for 5 different individuals. I'll be posting the rules and how to enter into that giveaway, but number one, be sure to be following this page, subscribe, set your notifications so that way you never miss any of these live streams. I'm typically streaming every single day, Monday through Friday, through various hours. Long days, some days just the bell close on other days, but nevertheless, the point is to teach, to build, lead you guys, and ultimately become profitable. Outside of that, be safe as you go into Asia tonight, safe into London. We could see some crazy moves that are out there, so just be safe, remain profitable. Majority of us had a profitable day, and above all, guys, God bless you. I'll catch